Good morning, everyone, or good evening if you're in England, and welcome to Leading Allies of Data Centers and the Cloud. It is an absolute pleasure to have so many allies here with us today. We have over 70 companies from around the world registered, including Japan, Singapore, UK, Sweden, the Netherlands, Romania, Tunisia, Canada, and the US. For those of you who are wondering who on earth I am, my name's Fiona Mackay, and I am the MC for today. I'm also the founder of both Leading Ladies of and Leading Allies of, an organization passionate about driving gender parity through leadership skills and allyship. For a few months, my team has been supporting a dynamic group of leaders in the data center and cloud industry to produce this event and help develop their community. I've been deeply impacted by the passion and commitment I've witnessed from so many of our speakers and steering committee members. And I'm not joking when I say there is a real opportunity for data centers and the cloud to set the gold standard for other industries. Our path together starts today as we hear from over 20 leaders in the industry on diversity pathways, allyship, solving the talent shortage through D&I, getting more women to the C-suite, and much more. All of this is made possible because of the kind generosity of our sponsors. One of the founding principles of Leading Allies and Leading Ladies is that it is accessible to everybody, regardless of their circumstance. And our support enables us to fulfill on that promise. And it also allows us to donate to Girls Who Code. So thank you to our presenting sponsors, Stack Infrastructure, Iron Mountain, and Opus Interactive. Thank you to our panel sponsor, Edge Connects. Thank you to our platinum sponsor, Vantage Data Centers, our gold sponsor, DataBank, and our silver sponsor, Science Logic. And I'd also like to acknowledge our media partner, Interglobix. We are almost ready to hear from the first speaker of the day. But first, here's a few event logistics. Now, we might not all be sat in a room today, but that doesn't mean that we can't interact. So please take advantage of the chat. Go ahead and share some of your thoughts as the day progresses and introduce yourself. Go meet some of your peers. And since our speakers won't be met with rounds of applause that you get in person, if you love what you're hearing, please share that in the event chat. You'll also have the chance to ask some questions. And we ask you to put your questions in the Q&A box, and we'll make sure that our panels get to hear your questions. As for social media, here is how you can connect with us and tag us. Our hashtags are Leading Allies of and Join Forces for Change. And we've also gone and created our very own LinkedIn group so you can interact with each other and introduce yourselves today and continue to share best practices beyond the summit. The link is going to be shared in the chat. So please go in, join those groups. Share about our event on socials, comment in our LinkedIn group. There will be prizes for participation. And everyone loves prizes. Now, speaking of things that make you smile, it is my honor to introduce Shannon Hubert, CEO of Opus Interactive, to say a few words. Shannon has been the driving force to create this community, and without her immutable optimism, we wouldn't be here together today. Welcome, Shannon.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for making time to join, and Bill for the clap. So I'm actually really super excited about this. So as you know, 25% of roles in the tech industry are held by women. So there is a huge, huge opportunity for us to be able to really create space for women in the field, but also for underrepresented people as well. And so that really all starts with us. And I've just been so overwhelmed by the support that everybody has given to joining us and coming to the table to have the conversation. And sometimes it's a difficult conversation, an uncomfortable conversation, and people don't even really sometimes know how to start the conversation. And so the fact that we've got over 70 companies represented that are willing to start that conversation really says so much for where our industry could go. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon. So it looks like it's time to hear from our first keynote. Now, with increasing emphasis on DE&I, especially in these last 18 months, barely a day goes by without an opportunity to learn something new. And at times, this can feel overwhelming. But it doesn't need to be difficult. It can all start with a few simple steps, and each simple step creates a new dent in the ceiling. Today, we are thrilled to have Angel Henry, author of Dents in the Ceiling, deliver our opening keynote, Demystify DE&I. She's a 20-year veteran of corporate America and has amassed many lessons from her experience in a diverse range of industries as a project management professional in tech, pharmaceutical, and healthcare. As a Black woman in tech, she's often the only one in the room. Her experiences and knowledge of women and minorities, of why women and minorities are oftentimes missing from the C-suite, will enable leaders to help advance the conversation of inclusion and make significant change. Welcome, Angel.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. I sat there frozen, mouth agape, and as I slowly leaned forward, the air released from my chest. Now, everyone, that air that was trapped in my lungs had been there for almost 10 years. You see, it was a regular Monday morning, probably about 10 a.m. I was sitting in the office of my immediate supervisor. His name was Dave. And I was in shock because of what Dave had just said to me. He just said, "Hey, Angel, look, you're the only African-American female on our entire team, and you're the youngest. You're holding your own amongst us white guys. You should be proud of what you accomplished." Oh my gosh. Dave said what I had been thinking for probably about 10 years. See, I was at a career crossroads. I was at the point where I was deciding, should I stay as a senior program manager or move into management? Should I stay on Dave's team or transition to another part of the department, another part of the organization? Should I even stay with the company at all? That moment, Dave was talking me through these options, and our relationship, our working relationship, actually shifted to a friendship just by him saying that, just by him showing that he was seeing me. That's when Dave became my mentor and sponsor, and we'll talk about that in a second. That's where we shifted from diversity to inclusion. Now, hey, look, I get it. The stats are bad. I mean, abysmal. 41, 2, 5%, 0. You know, 41, the number of the number of female CEOs of Fortune 500 companies right now, two of which are African American females. Thank you, Walgreens and TIAA Craft. 5 to 6% across the entire tech sector identify as having some sort of Hispanic background in their makeup. And according to Uptown Institute, in a survey back in 2019, about 25% of data center facility managers said that they had no women working in their design, build, or ops areas. None. That's 0. Now, I understand the challenges. I mean, my husband owns a data center. I'm broadcasting to you right now from one. So there are challenges with getting women and those from underrepresented populations into our open positions. Now, transferable skills are great, but let's face it, we need the hard skills. We need those that have experience with racking and stacking a server, running Cat5 cable in order to do what we need them to do. So how do we do this? Well, I propose that it doesn't have to be that hard. I mean, really all that we're talking about is just change, a simple change. And we have proven frameworks to manage change. I mean, think about it. Diversity, equity, inclusion. All we really are talking about is that, hey, look, we have some standard processes that we normally do that we've always done. And we have a certain way of thinking about how we get people promoted through our organizations. That means that we have a construct of what a leader does and what they look like. And we definitely need to change those. We need to be more inclusive and have fair and equitable practices. So how do we do that? Well, let's turn to the proven change management frameworks that already exist. I propose we leverage Agile. Okay, I will admit I'm biased. If you've done any LinkedIn search on me or anything on YouTube, you know that I'm always talking about Agile. I mean, I'm the lady that has a Kanban board in her basement. And when my kids were going through the pandemic, yes, I made my daughter log into a Trello board to manage her homework. But look, I tell you what, Agile works. Here's how. I mean, I'll stop. When I say the word Agile, you're probably thinking of daily stand-ups and 2-week time box iterations for how you get work done called sprints. Those are more like methodologies. Scrum, Kanban, XP, those are what we pull from, and those are great. But I'm actually going to encourage you to take a step down deeper. Think about the principles and the values of being agile. I'm talking iterative and incremental, continuous improvement, feedback loops, and of course, failure. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay to fail fast. We want you to learn fast. So let's take an example. Let's say that you are the IT manager, director of your entire department, or you are a data center facility owner. The C-suite, or maybe your board of directors or investors have given you, we'll call them targets to meet, right? Increase diversity by 25% by year's end. It's November. It's mid-November, and you're nowhere near hitting that 25%. So let's acknowledge the fact that you're probably going to miss the mark. But that's okay. You're going to set yourself up for success for next quarter, where you will hit that 25%. How? Continuous improvement and baked in feedback loops. So how does this work? Well, you probably have a candidate pool. I mean, you probably have done some work here. You probably have some women and underrepresented populations somewhere in your candidate pool. They just haven't made it to hire. Well, let's find out what's going on. Ask them, send a survey, 2 or 3 questions. Follow up with them after that first phone screen and maybe after the second interview. Find out how it's going. but you're going to have to ask. Ask them what the perception is of your company. Ask them, did they self-select out? And if so, why? Ask the recruiters, ask the hiring managers, get that information, and then make the process better for next time. It really is just that easy, but you have to take the initiative and find out and bake that into the process. Don't just ask one time. That now becomes part of your regular hiring and recruiting process. And you can do that throughout. You can even do that with the people that you have right now in your organization. Is there someone that might be close to being a senior leader, but they just need a few more skills or experience? Well, make that happen. Again, we're trying to challenge your construct of what you think a leader is and how they show up and what they look like. There's all different types of leaders. So I really encourage you to, try not to breed a bunch of mini-me's. Okay. So the Agile mindset framework, we talked about it's okay to fail. We just want to learn from it. We talked about continuous feedback, iterative and incremental. Well, what exactly does that mean? Well, you may have had pie in the sky dreams about reaching out to 10 HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, and pulling their graduates and popping them into your open spaces, your open positions. But that hasn't happened yet. Well, take a step back, maybe pick two or three schools, cultivate and nurture the relationships with their career placement services leaders, the deans and the provosts from those schools. I mean, I know, I'm an adjunct at a facility, at a local community college. I know when you cultivate relationships with those leaders, they will tell you who their top students are. And that can fast track that individual right into an open position because you know the caliber of talent that you're about to get. See, leveraging the Agile mindset framework can help you get to those targets and help you get to your goals fast. Now, while we're working on diversity, because I know you're doing a lot of work. I know you're scrubbing those resumes. I know you're trying to blank out the names. I know you're removing when people graduated so we don't have sexism or ageism or racism. It's a lot, and I know you're doing all of that. But I encourage you to, while you're doing all of that, prepare for when they're going to hit your door. I mean, do you have a robust, nurturing, and progressive onboarding system? Do you have people that you can assign to them to guide them through your organization and get through those first 90 to 120 days? I like to call those people culture coaches. They can really help, really build that relationship for someone new coming in. If you tell someone who's a female or underrepresented minority, hey, look, I know our environment is pretty homogenous. And it might be a little awkward with you trying to share your idea or ask a question. So here's someone that you can go to for that. Man, talk about inclusion. Speaking of inclusion, you're thinking, okay, we've hit our diversity numbers. We're looking at it. We're doing all that work. How do we get to that next level down? Well, it's mentorship versus sponsorship. And I'm going to be very honest. You need to sponsor. Well, what's the difference? Okay, mentorship, let's face it, it's low risk. I mean, really all you need is time. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a mentee. His name is Joshua. Joshua goes and gives a presentation and is presenting to all the senior leaders in the organization. And he bombs it bad. You hear about it. Well, what do you say? Oh, you say, well, Josh is my mentee. I can't believe that happened. I'll make sure that he's prepared next time. Next time we'll have a meeting, discuss what happened. Heck, I'll even share with Joshy how I bombed one of my first presentations and what he can learn from it. The hallmark of the relationship really is trust. It's a two-way street where you as the mentor and the mentee share the good, the bad, and the ugly about your situation or your career, and you exchange information with each other, all in hopes that the mentee will take it and apply it. In hopes. If they don't, oh well. All you've lost is a little bit of time. Now let's take that same scenario, and what if you had suggested Joshua be the one to give that presentation and he failed? You sponsored Joshua into that role. You had much more investment in him being successful. So much so that you probably would have coached, prepared, mentored, and practiced with Joshua to ensure that he was successful. You would have been advocating for him. You would have been exchanging your political and social capital in the organization to make sure that Joshua got that presentation opportunity. Anytime you are recommending someone for a promotion, recommending someone to be hired, recommending someone for a stretch opportunity, or even a bonus, you are sponsoring them. And according to Harvard Business Review, they published studies and experts that say that women and minorities are oftentimes over-mentored and under-sponsored. So sponsorship is the key that's going to move the needle to get people to progress in their career. Now, I'll give you another example around inclusion. I just simply call it food. Yeah, food. So as you can imagine, for the last 2 years, I've been on a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion panels. One person in particular, I've been on a panel with 3 times. His name is Narav. And Narav tells the story of when he was at his probably 3rd IT consulting firm. And he knew how it goes, right? It's year end, it's a holiday party. They got an open bar, a smorgasbord of food, you know, pork, chicken, roast beef, ribs, the whole 9. But Narav is sitting by himself at a table with a big bowl of leafy green salad. So one of the partners walks past and looks, why is Narav by himself? He goes over and asks him, Narav, is everything okay? Narav says, yeah, I'm fine. Now, I'm putting myself in that partner's shoes right now. He's probably thinking, I just spent thousands of dollars on this big whole spread of food and an open bar, and this guy's over here eating a salad? Something has to be wrong. So he presses a little further. That's when Narav reveals that he's a vegetarian. The partner's like, okay. So he turns and looks and is like, oh my goodness, how the heck did we miss this? We don't have any vegetarian options. This is nuts. So he runs into the back in the kitchen, grabs the chef and says, hey, we got a guy out here who's a vegetarian. Is there anything we can do for him? The chef is ecstatic. He's like, oh, he gets to show off his culinary skills. So Narav says that out comes eventually this big platter of roasted vegetables and a fruit plate. Now, I like to picture Narav, the chef, and the partner sitting there at a table, having a good time and yapping it up. Narav is long since gone from that organization, and I'm going to guess that that partner is long since retired. But Narav tells that story to this very day. Why? Because of the feeling he got from being seen and feeling included. Just like the feeling that I had when Dave said what he said to me that morning. Then we'll talk about holidays. I have a good friend of mine who's the DE&I officer at a healthcare organization. She said that one of her HR business partners noticed that about 25% of the people coming in for company kickoff was coming in a day later. Well, that was a problem because company kickoff, I mean, that's where all the main stage stuff happens. That's where you do the prizes and you know, raffles and awards, and they're going to miss all that. What's going on? So she asked, well, come to find out, turns out that a quarter of their population actually was experiencing a holiday on travel day. So that meant that they had to now decide, do I stay home and celebrate this holiday with my family and miss the first day of company kickoff, or attend company kickoff, but I miss the holiday with my family? That's a tough decision that no one should have to make. So the HR business partner let the CEO know. And of course, next year, they plan to shift everything out a day. That way, everyone had an extra day. Most could celebrate that holiday, then they travel, then attend company kickoff. See, that's simple. In all of those scenarios, from Dave to the partner to the HR business lead, they all noticed something was slightly off and different. They asked or inquired, and then they acted. So you might be thinking, oh, okay, Angel, that's great. I mean, they noticed something and they did something about it. That's awesome. What about me? Well, you are now on notice. I've just made you aware. Your third eye is now open. You are going to be on the lookout for the angels and the Naravs in your organization. Next time you're in a meeting and someone's quiet and not engaging or speaking, you're going to notice. Now, it's okay. I mean, they may just be introverted and not comfortable with speaking in front of folks. So you're going to call them up after the meeting and have a conversation. You might be surprised at what ideas they have and what they share with you. Next time you're at a company event, a team builder, a holiday party, you're going to be looking for the people who are off to the side that aren't engaging. So we've covered a lot, but you still have one call to action. I'm going to ask you tomorrow morning, like Thursday, I'm going to need you to Zoom, Skype, WebEx, whatever. You're going to reach out to somebody that has at least 1 degree of separation from you, and have a conversation with them. You don't need anything from them. You're not asking them for a favor. You just want to talk and see how the world is from their point of view. And plenty of prompts that you can start with. You can say, hey, I'm over here in the US, you're in France. How's it like? What's it like over there? You can say, I'm in a different part of the company and I'm just curious about what it's like working in fill in the blank other part of the company. And use me as an excuse. Say, hey, look, I went to this online conference yesterday about, leading allies and data center in the cloud. And well, the lady, she kind of challenged me. I had to really look and say, I worship with, I work with, I live around, I hang out with, I go to baseball games or football games or sporting events with people that kind of look and think and act like me. It's a little bit too homogenous for my liking, and I want to be intentional about being more diverse of my network. And so I just wanted to share with you who I am and get to know you a little bit better. Now, the wall might be up. They still might be looking at you with a little side eye thinking, what's this person want from me? And if your intentions are pure and authentic, hopefully, eventually that will come through. And if it doesn't, and the connection isn't made, it's okay. Try again. Remember, iterative and incremental, continuous improvement, and it's okay to fail. So we've covered a lot. We saw from Dave what it's like to be an empathetic leader. We talked about how DE&I doesn't have to be this big, scary monster, that we can leverage proven frameworks like the Agile mindset framework to apply to it, to make quick change. And finally, you got your call to action. Remember your homework assignment. Go talk to someone that has at least 1 degree of separation from you. I identify as being an African-American female. So I'm going to go talk to someone who's male or maybe has a Hispanic background. I work in IT. Heck, I might even talk to someone who's over in finance or HR. Remember, I just said 1 degree of separation. So Start where you're comfortable. Remember, it takes one person with one conviction to make one change. And if we do that together, we'll make a significant impact. And remember, there's a lot of people still out there waiting for their Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. That was just fabulous. And I really love what you had to say there about sponsors, because it was actually a couple of male sponsors that kicked down doors for me early on in my career. And so yeah, just fabulous. And you're all on notice. I love that. So thank you so much, Rachel. Sorry, thank you so much, Angel. And I know that 20 minutes with Angel just isn't enough. And so if you want to hear more from Angel, a great place to start is with buying her book, Dents in the Ceiling, Tools Women and Allies Need to Break Through. It's available in paperback, an ebook on Amazon, Goodreads, and Target Online. The book is targeted for both African-American women and those who are seeking to be active allies. And we may also happen to have a few copies that we are going to give away today. I've also posted the link in the LinkedIn group, so you can go in and check there as well. And I actually also want to challenge you, since Angel has said, go and meet people that you're not used to being around. Please go and introduce yourself in the group, because there might be an opportunity to meet somebody new and different who doesn't look like you in the group right now. So now we're going to move to our very first panel of the day. One size doesn't fit all. Now, there are so many ways to tackle diversity, and with more and more organizations speaking publicly about their initiatives, it is easy to feel like you're being left behind. But guess what? It's not a competition, and it's not a race. It's a marathon. And it's a marathon that needs to be planned strategically and optimized for the ecosystems within our companies. There's more than one way to get there. And today, our panel is going to share with you what's worked and not worked for them, and how they strive to be better every day. Moderating the panel, we have Shannon Holbert, who needs no introduction, as you met her earlier. Over to you, Shannon.
Thanks so much, Fiona. And Angel, thank you so much for making time. I know that you had a really busy schedule today, and she actually hopped in here like super duper fast just for this. And I really, really can't tell you how much I appreciate that. As a woman CEO who's also a Native American, there is so much to be said for sponsorship. So that really resonated with me. Thank you so much for sharing. So our conversation today is about one size doesn't fit all as it pertains to DE&I strategies. And I would say, like, in the last couple of years, we've really seen a lot of things change within the industry, but also on the planet. So we had the global pandemic, we had a lot of social issues and unrest that came up and bubbled up. And so I think just about everybody I talk to has some form of DE&I strategy on their company's radar, and everybody is kind of going at it in their own way. It's a little bit wild, wild west, and we're all kind of checking to see, like, what can we do? How can we learn? We're learning as we go. And so this panel is really about sharing some of the things that we've learned along the way, and what we're looking forward to, what we think is working. And so we've got some people that actually have quite a lot of, they've been in the industry for a very long time, and so they've seen a lot of change. And so really looking forward to hearing from them. And I will let you all introduce yourself. Let's go ahead and start with Jill.
Hi, everybody. I am Jill Sweeney, and I lead ecosystems and interlocks in the Green Lake Cloud Solution Services Organization and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. That's kind of a mouthful. I'm very pleased to be here because this topic is very hot for us, and we believe that people are our greatest strength, and this is one way to capitalize on that.
Thank you, Jill. Surreal, you're next.
Thanks, Shannon. Great to be here, and a very, I think, important topic for industry and person. Mr. Real and CEO of Vantage Data Centers. We build wholesale hyperscale data centers across 5 continents. And, I'm personally a first generation immigrant. I was born in India, moved to the US, the land of opportunity, when I was very young. And so this is a topic that's important both to our company, but to me personally, as I said.
Thank you. Heather?
Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Dooley, and I am currently the chairperson for I Am Women, which is an iMasons initiative. I also sit on the strategic advisory board. I've had leadership roles at Microsoft and at Google, and I have been speaking about and spearheading the conversation of diversity across our data center organizations and industries well over 6 years. So I'm thrilled to see the momentum being built. I love the level of collaboration and more people being around the table over the last few years. And I'm very excited about the panel today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Phil?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where this is and pre-recorded. My name's Phil Lawson-Shanks. I'm the Chief Innovation and Technology Officer at Aligned. We are a wholesale data center design, build, and operator, specializing in high density deployments in the most sustainable fashion possible. I've been in the industry many more years than I'm prepared to admit on this panel, but I did have dark hair when I joined. But I've seen the growth of this business from the early days when I was taking early desktop PCs, turning them on their side and loading either Xenix or Novell NetWare or Banyan and connecting them with crimped Ethernet that I had to crimp myself, all the way through to the birth of the internet and data centers and where we are today. And I can see Bill laughing. You weren't even born then, yes. But anyway, and I'll talk a bit about some things that obviously being a middle-aged, I hate that term, middle-aged white guy, particularly a British guy, it would be a weird person to have on this panel. But being dyslexic, I'll talk a bit about some of the trials and tribulations and the benefits that has afforded me in this industry.
Thank you. And I will actually just add, because everybody on this panel was actually hand-selected based on their past and kind of their reputation within the industry for really being that person that is advocating for change. So Jill with HPE, HPE has been on the forefront of really pushing women in tech for years now. They have a lot of backing and support from their CEO and created, I think, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, they actually started their big push to support getting more women involved in the space. Surreal, also Vantage has a whole program dedicated called JEDI towards diversity and inclusion initiatives. Aligned also has their initiative as well, which has been around for a while. And Phil, I know personally, has just been advocating and to be able to pull from life experiences to apply kind of what opposition that you've overcome and challenges that you've overcome really helps you to get that much more aware for how other people might be approaching the different things. And that empathy is really key to really helping that sponsorship side. And Heather, I don't know if you recall, but you and I actually sat on a panel called Women in Mission Critical. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago, I want to say. So definitely have been having this conversation for a while. So it is really, really exciting to see the momentum that has been generated within our industry and the interest for really looking out and creating those opportunities for women and underserved people to be able to help us secure the workforce of the future. So we'll get started with questions. Heather, Surreal, and Jill, in that order, how has the DE&I landscape changed since you entered the industry, and what within your organization helped you guys to transition from 1 or 2 people or a small group of people that were interested to actually being a whole company initiative?
It's an excellent question. Thank you so much. One of the things that this question made me think of is just how long I've been in this industry. Starting well back in the 90s, I think that the dialogue and the narrative was missing. I also not as clear, though, if there was as an acute issue, at least in the companies that I was working with. You saw a lot of gender diversity in telco, which is where I started my career here in the industry. I do think that the issue, though, has expanded over the last 20 years. So the gender gap, the intersection of gender and race and other diversity type of positions have increased over time, meaning that the percentage of people in engineering degrees and other technical STEM related degrees, they've actually been falling over the last 20 years. So back in the 80s, you had a higher level of women obtaining those STEM-like degrees. You actually have fewer women in those degrees. And so I think that there's a combination of issues that have manifested over the last 20 years that have increased for also need to take seriously in creating an environment where more people can be successful and thrive. And so I think that, over the last 20 years, we've seen an increase, a gap, and now also acknowledging making the amount of change relevant, and all of these initiatives, whether they're ERGs, MRGs, committees, boards, etc., are all standing up because they acknowledge and recognize around the room there's not enough voices.
Hey, Heather. We really love hearing what you have to say, but I want to let you know that your internet connection is breaking up a little. So I don't know if you can fix that before you jump back into the panel.
I will try to do that. We're actually having some people out here today fixing our internet, so it's bad timing on my part. But let me see if I can re-dial in and get a better connection.
No worries. Or join us by phone, because what you have to say is amazing.
Thank you, Heather. Jill, did you want to talk about what you've seen in the industry change?
Yes, there is a lot of change, but that's hallmark for our industry. You blink in a minute and something's different. So a lot of the early efforts in the industry, and like Phil, I was there for some of those, was just about checking a box. If it even made it onto a company's list of objectives, it was checking a box. Oh, we must do something about diversity. But now it's so much more. It's not only the right thing to do, it's absolutely ingrained into what we're doing. And we're looking for ways to help, add value to customers and partners. So we have a few impact pillars that we've been looking at, and I see these periodically in the industry, but, talent is really, really important. Heather mentioned a lack of STEM degrees in the industry. It's about curating that pipeline. And if you curate that pipeline, you've got to be very creative. And internationally, talent flows in ebbs too. So you have to make sure that you're in the right markets trying to develop those talent pools. If you curate the pipeline, you have to feed and nurture that talent that you're attracting. And feeding that environment is very, very important. So we look at trying to provide equitable opportunities to recruit and attract talent in the workplace, creating a climate of absolute inclusivity. unconditionally. And in the marketplace, going beyond our footprint as an employer, as a stakeholder in the ecosystem, and making sure that we are representing diversity in our supplier chain and through our partnerships in the way that we go to market. And there's also a big piece about reputation. As an industry leader, we've got to hold ourselves higher and be above many of the things that are going on. And there's been a lot of challenges over the pandemic period and a lot of political unrest that to hold true to these tenets and be an example as the tech industry grows. Those are some of my points.
Thank you. Thank you. I know I've been in the industry for about 10 years and a lot has changed for me, just being on the panels that were really geared towards women in tech to now just being on the panel where it's not about who's a woman and who's not a woman, but it's about, hey, we recognize that you have something that we want to hear about regarding this topic. And then that I think is really starting to change, and you're seeing that across the board, and it's very exciting. Surreal, can you give us some insights on what you've been seeing?
Yeah, very consistent with what Heather and Jill have said, which is, when I started my career in this industry almost 25 years ago, this wasn't really candidly a topic that came up very often. It sort of was what it was. And, we weren't as focused, I think, at least in the companies I was involved in promoting not only diversity, but, equity, inclusivity, et cetera. I think over the last, couple years in particular, if you think about some of the social unrest that we've all seen, some of the various movements around Black Lives Matter, Me Too, you think about some of the challenges that the pandemic has created. It's really, I think, created an opportunity for everyone to step back and, to drive, fundamental change, which isn't really about checking the box. It's not about let's spend the next week or month or 3 months talking about this, but this is really a journey, and it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so, at Vantage, we really started to double down in this area almost 2 years ago. And it started with a series of discussions around, where we are today, where we want to go, how do we get people involved, not just from the leadership level, and, Shalini Sharma on our executive team, who has been the champion, for a number of the efforts we've had at the company, but also it takes a village. How do we get interested people involved and actively participating, having those authentic conversations, and ultimately, creating an effort that's a strategic, ongoing initiative, as opposed to something that, again, we're focused on. Okay, let's check the box. Let's say we did it and move on. So it's been really an evolution, and I think it continues to be an evolution of how do you ingrain it in the culture, how do you get more involvement inside the company. As others have said, how do you work with the ecosystem, with our customers, with our vendors, with our investors and other stakeholders, because everyone, thankfully, is really galvanizing around a series of initiatives in this regard. So how do we get everyone involved, and how do we continue to push? So it's been a pretty fundamental change. I mean, certainly over the last 25 years, but even I'd say in the last 2 years, it's really gratifying to see both the level of focus, inside our company and many others, but also the fact that we're seeing demonstrable returns and progress and success for our business, and, in terms of driving a much more diverse and inclusive environment.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. When it comes to inclusion, we've seen a lot of really cool things happen within our organization and society just in general. When you have more people at the table, you have more experiences across the board. And so really it makes the solutions get that much more comprehensive, because you have one more unexpected viewpoint that is coming from an experience and a place that you weren't really privy to. And that, I think, is kind of one of the biggest driving forces I know for me personally, when it comes to diversity and inclusion and really like pushing that. It's like how many people and what are the ideas that are out there that we don't really even know about because we're not coming from that background. We don't have that cultural experience or that, you know, environmental experience, all of those things. And I think that what's been really interesting the past couple of years is that we've really had to go and draw on so many random experiences that we've had. And so there have been things that, you know, you might not have thought would be critical and important in the career that we have today. And so really being able to draw on those kind of, what are some of those things that have happened, and a skill that you kind of had bubble up in the past couple of years that you didn't ever think coming into the data center and cloud industry that you'd be using. Phil, I know that you have some thoughts on that. Can you share them with us?
Well, again, being dyslexic, I see the world very differently. And just to put that into context, there's dyslexia is a very broad term. There are three primary ways it presents itself. Mine in particular is I can read, but I can't see anything in 2 dimensions. So I can't visualize words, I can't visualize numbers, but I see things in 3 dimensions, and I can see potential outcomes very quickly. So consequently, I don't work in finance, and I'm not a salesperson because I can't do mental math, but wish I could sometimes. But what that means is I get to think about infrastructure, technologies, potential use of new things, and that's what I tend to do. And that's been really interesting. In a previous role in a company, actually, with Philip Marangella, we were changing the internet. We were fixing the internet because it was broken. And to be able to see that visually and understand how packet flow and all of that worked, and that made my life, it was interesting. It made it very easy to do that. And what I do now, just developing systems, I own IT, and just fixing all of those systems, be able to see that in 3 dimensions and see the outcomes of things. It makes it really interesting. And I hadn't really ever talked about this. I've always kept it very much under wraps because people don't understand what it is. They just can't understand why my spelling is so atrocious. But now that I've been more open, and I've been doing some mentoring with a couple of universities, and we take on a lot of interns, and I'm particularly interested in working with those schools because I was invited to leave college at an early age. I didn't complete anything. And Sir Keith Robinson has this great TED talk about the higher education system, and I don't want to bash that. Just because I didn't go doesn't mean it's not worth doing. But if you take it to its fullest extent, you're going to be a university professor. So there's it, and it's a system that doesn't fit all of, particularly the digital age we live in now. There has to be some changes there. And so looking at people who think differently and see the world differently, they're a tremendous asset in our industry. In the UK, GCHQ, which is the British version of the NSA, they actively seek out dyslexics because of their pattern recognition skills. And they just give them tools so they can write the code or whatever they need to do. So just the ability to think differently. And I remember someone telling me, we need to think outside the box. Well, I don't even think in the box. So it's just a different way of seeing the world. So it's helped me tremendously in my career and give me some challenges. But I'm seeking to help students and university graduates who have the same challenges to find their way into our industry.
Thank you. Thanks so much for sharing that. Let's see, is Jill back on here? Did she? Oh, yes. Jill, I think that you also had some insights as well.
Yes, I do. And it's interesting. Phil and I were actually office neighbors. I put that in the chat early in my career when I just joined Czech, when I was a fresh-eyed, idealistic joiner from financial services, thinking this technical services can't be all that difficult. And like Phil, I've never been invited to be on the finance team. But one of the things that I have found is the power of resilience, and it's about absolutely never giving up. I am also British. I emigrated from Scotland, and I'm the first person in my family to go to college. So I didn't have that blueprint about how to do anything. All I knew is that I didn't want to be a steel salesman, although now that sounds like it might have been kind of interesting with all the oil and gas interest. But joining tech, there was a lot of times where I doubted myself and I did not know, what to do next, but just never giving up was the way to go through that. So I found on that journey that humor was a great tool. So as I grew in my career and was given different opportunities, sometimes I looked around at the table and I thought, I don't really belong here. And, do I want to come in and say, did you have a checkbox for a woman? Well, I didn't want to come and say that. So normally I would, break up the talk a little bit with, so you've got cloud, data center, networking. You must need a Scottish Presbyterian and a coin collector. And usually people would laugh. And, then we could talk about, so well, what you really need here is change management. And that's what I'm bringing. So I could come in and not try to compete with everyone else in my knowledge. I've had some interesting roles. I actually was asked to help take Internet of Things to market. Did I know anything about it? No, but I sure learned. And just that part about not giving up was a great kind of visionary tool to have. So then I began mentoring within my company and teaching that to others. Maybe some that didn't maybe learn as much of Phil's humor, because that's how I saw him approach many of the challenges, with a good humor, but also of, let's all get stuck in here and fix this problem. But I started to engage more in a mentoring and helping folks and helping them teach that. As I did that, I found one more thing that I found very, very important. Throughout my career, what I learned from my parents, moving to a new country, it's all about a network and people helping you find, McVitie's biscuits, which unfortunately I think the factory's closing. So that's causing a supply chain challenge for me. But it's about getting very networked and engaged and building bridges. And I have been studying intersectionality and helping figure out DEI isn't a checklist of programs, it's solving the endemic issues. And I really like the approach that HPE has in trying to systematically offer something that helps every employee. But if we look at building these bridges, it's not about any one group or another group. Things are very complicated in the world today. And that's an area that I think that we really need to focus on. So that's been what I have, surprising skill that I didn't think would, evolve at this stage.
Mine is hindsight is 2020. And it's really funny because I actually came to the field from marketing, and my background was in energy efficiency on the demand side management side. And so when I first got into tech, we would go to all the conferences and be like, it seems like we're using a good amount of energy. Where are all the utility companies? And now, there's utility companies everywhere, and now we're having the sustainability conversations. And so that was like, now you go, oh, well, obviously that should have happened like super early in where we are today. But, it's just one of those things. And so I would say there's a little bit of everything that you can take away from every experience that you have. And that's the really cool part about inclusion and diversity, is just those backgrounds that, whether it's, somebody who really has production and scale dialed because they worked for McDonald's, or, somebody who has some random skill that, you just don't really think about, but it makes sense because the world looks slightly different and they're able to piece different things together as a result of their own background. So just really having that openness to explore backgrounds is so important. We're running super short on time, I think, and I want to make sure that we all get a chance to answer this. So it is, what was the one takeaway that you were hoping people have from as they're listening to you on the panel? So Jill, let's start with you.
Gosh, we all have a role in inclusion and diversity. And we have our personal role, we have our organizational role, and we have a role in the world. And we just need to take all of those learnings to continually push for better. Our industry is making some strides, but we're absolutely not there yet. And we're certainly not there yet in the world.
Thank you. Surreal?
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add, I agree with what Jill said. I would add that, broadening diversity, equity, inclusivity in our industry isn't nice to have, isn't a something that we can spend a bit of time working on. It's absolutely essential, number one, to drive the best business result, but number two, because we are the beneficiaries in our industry of tremendous growth. And so we need to attract the very best talent to our industry. As I think we've talked about, it takes a village. This is not a short-term initiative, but it's critical because we're in a growing industry where we need to continue to attract the best talent into our industry. So I'm very encouraged by the progress collectively we've all made, in a relatively short period of time. And I think it proves that if we just stay focused, we're going to continue to make an impact and move the needle.
Thank you. Phil?
Yeah, just to jump on those other statements. I mean, challenge the norm, always question and push forward, and having diversity of opinion and experience is vital, particularly now where everything's moving at such a rapid pace. If we carry on just doing things the way we always did them, because that's the mindset of whoever built the business or is running the business, we won't achieve the greatness that we can all achieve. So, embrace diversity, embrace different thinking, different experience, and challenge everything.
Thank you. Is Heather back on? I'm going to guess that's a no. So let's talk about and end on a really positive, and talk about what are some of the DE&I stuff that you've been working on that you're super proud of from this past year at your organization. Phil, let's start with you.
So we really just started this, to be frank and to be perfectly honest. So we did a lot of analysis. We looked at where we are, and we're not where we need to be, obviously. So we're establishing new practices. There are different working groups that are self-created to look at how we can go and address all of these issues. But we're a long way from where we need to be. But we're looking across the board with our hiring practices. With in fact, actually, one of our shining stars is there was a lady who joined our company in Salt Lake as a security guard. She was a barista in Starbucks, and she was just extraordinary. She's now almost running the whole building. So it's a case of not just going to the usual pool of resources, but looking internally, So that's what we're doing. We're focusing very strongly on building out a diverse structure.
I love your honesty, because that really is where it starts, is just being honest with yourself as an organization and saying we're not where we need to be. And I think that is really the first step that a lot of organizations are taking right now. So that's super, super key. Cyril, can you go next?
Two initiatives in particular that have already made a big impact advantage. One is the creation of a Jedi Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusivity. And what we found is that by getting a group of participants involved in having messy but authentic, conversations about their personal stories, where they've come from, it really creates a vulnerability, it creates empathy, and it really creates the right type of environment where employees can come in and truly be their authentic selves. So we're still on the journey, like Phil, and I think many others. We're not where we want to be, but I think that's one where we've seen some real impact. The other is and program called the Women's Mentorship Forum, which is focused on training, mentoring, really advocacy inside and outside the company, bringing more talented women into both the industry, but also into Vantage. And so, from in 2019, before we started, all of these efforts really in earnest versus, if we look at the last 6 months of this year, we've doubled on a percentage basis the number of women that we've hired into the organization. So what that proves, I think, is that whether it's women, whether it's around racial diversity or other forms of diversity, there is great talent out there, but we need to do more, right, to really carry that message and really take these initiatives seriously. And so a lot more wood to chop, but those are two examples of areas where we've seen great strides in a relatively short period of time over the last year to 2 years.
Thanks so much. Jill?
Well, right before the pandemic, we launched a Global Inclusion and Diversity Council. We've had a couple of different iterations of this, but this includes our leaders and resource group representatives from across our company. It oversees the development of kind of a company-wide plan, and it's co-chaired by our CEO and our new leader, Aisha Washington. So we've done through this council a lot of listening sessions, and what that has done is helping us have dialogues with diverse communities on an ongoing basis, but also surfacing ideas that no one's thought of on how we can be more inclusive. And that has risen to, for example, extended new benefits to help be more inclusive. Another piece is our engagement with our employee resource groups. So we have more than 140 resource groups, and those are at the grassroots level where really the employee engagement lives. And that is where we can take learnings and initiatives and bubble that back up. And then the last area is very forward-thinking training in terms of not diversity training, but inclusion training, and how to look at micro inequities, how to look at viewpoints and people's context, and all of the things that cause us, to form an unintentional bias. So that has been rolled out to the leadership team and throughout the workplace.
Thank you. And I almost forgot, but there was a request to actually share information on what didn't work. And I really think that is super duper important. And I know Cyril and Phil, you both had some thoughts on that. So to close us out, I would love for you guys to kind of just share some insights on what you tried that didn't work, and if you have any thoughts for everybody. The other thing is, before they get started, all of you have really great initiatives that I think that more organizations would love to learn more about. So if you can all go in and post your initiatives in the LinkedIn group, that would be really great. So that way we have it and can share that out, just because as more organizations are getting started, for everybody to be able to see kind of like how others are approaching it is really important. So that being said, Cyril and Phil, if you guys want to close us out. Cyril, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'd say two things. I mean, so these D&E&I efforts are definitely a work in progress. We're all trying to figure out sort of what works, what doesn't work. I think a couple of things that don't work is sort of a near-term mentality. I mean, patience is not one of my virtues. And so wanting to of course, move the needle quickly is great, but this is something that requires sustained effort, year over year, and that's how you make real progress. I think the other is that, there can be unintended consequences, right? When you put a spotlight on DE&I, one of the byproducts of that we started to see is that people, including folks that wouldn't naturally fall into that demographic, that were employees of our company, saying, okay, so let me get this straight. We're not really looking for the best talent, but really we're trying to, manage these metrics. We're looking for diversity, right? And even, at times, this was late last year, we had some, well, is there reverse discrimination going on here? Are we actually now saying that, we want to completely move away, as an example? Of course, that's not the case. And so communication, I think, is really important, which is we're not looking to check the box, or we're not targeting a certain demographic for a given hire. What we're trying to do is expand the talent pool, ensure that our recruiting processes and our outreach efforts result in the very best set of candidates coming through our interview and screening process. And ultimately, we're going to choose the best candidates, irrespective of the demographics, right? And so sometimes when we put a big emphasis and a spotlight on these DE&I efforts, there can be some unintended consequences. And it's important, that everyone feels included and everyone understands, what we're trying to do.
That's very well put. Thank you so much for sharing that. Bill?
And yeah, I'll just quickly wrap up then. So one thing that we found was, obviously it's a company-wide initiative that we want to have groups of people discussing these things. We found very quickly, unfortunately, changed our practice where instead of the senior leadership team driving these meetings, because then it just becomes another meeting and you don't get the contribution, or you get the contribution from some people, but not everybody. So we've stepped down and we've encouraged and promoted the groups to be self-managed, and we'll drop in from time to time just to listen and observe. But we want the company to move forward in this direction and not just be, as Cyril said, it's just a program that we're checking some boxes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that at the end of the day, we're creating global solutions for people across the globe. And at the end of the day, we need to have that representation of all of those people within our organizations. And that's only going to make our solutions stronger for our customers and for everybody that's on the other end of that. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, and the rest of the panel. That was fantastic. Really, really loved hearing what worked and what didn't work there. And also, whilst we were doing the survey, it was actually revealed that 68% said that their company's DE&I policy is actually, well communicated and they read it. And I got to say, that's probably the highest that I've seen in any industry. So kudos to everybody. And as Shannon said, please go and post in the LinkedIn group what initiatives you're working on so that we can learn from each other. We've actually had registrations coming in all morning, and we're going to be sharing the recordings from today. And so as we grow this community, what a great thing to have a repository so people can get started. All right, now it's time to move to our next panel, Stretches for Hire. Now, with the massive growth in the industry, the demand for talent has never been higher. Current projections are that data centers alone will need to hire over 300,000 people in the next few years. People are calling it a crisis. But is it really a crisis? Or is it an opportunity to change the way we do things and bring in diverse talent? Our next panel will address this very topic, and leading this discussion, we have Bill Clayman, EVP at Switch. He's a familiar face to many of you as he appears in all kinds of publications and speaks on all kinds of stages. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. That's like the saying of 2021. You're on mute. I'm not. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Good news. I've switched to water. You can't see it. There's a crazy background. There's my giant water bottle. All right, cool. Hey, listen, if you're on your Amazon shopping list, just come on back. Come on back. Let's have a bit of a conversation here. So Fiona's like, Bill, I want you to lead this panel. And I'm like, cool. I'm going to think of this amazing introduction. And then I've got this really wonderful crew of people that's going to be here with me. And then she's like, Bill, you got 30 minutes for this talk. And we're going to be discussing, stretches for hire. And we're going to be discussing this shortage that we're experiencing. And I was going to have this amazing introduction. I don't think we need one. We really don't. Everyone knows this is a challenge. Everyone is working on creating, not just getting more young people into digital infrastructure, but diversity, inclusion. So you are welcome to use your favorite search engine and find as many statistics as you want, understanding that this is a challenge for all of us. So before I get into much further of a conversation, I would introduce my amazing, wonderful panel here. of people who are going to be presenting with me. So let me just go in order of the folks that I've got here. Really quick, I'm Bill Clayman, EVP of Digital Solutions over at Switch. I get a chance to work in this industry in a lot of different kinds of facets, everything from working with HBCUs, Latinx universities, teaching, educating, and it's not just getting more young people, millennials, Gen Zs in this world into our industry, but also making sure that it is more diverse and we have more ideas, more thoughts, and more of this, not necessarily my passion, right? But more passion around our industry and what we do every single day. So let me go ahead and introduce my amazing panel here really quick, who you are, where you work, and what you do. Brian, I see you're like on the edge of your seat, man. I see you there. Let's start with you.
Bill, I wish I could bottle your energy, man. I'm pretty excited, but I pale in comparison to you. So I'm pretty excited. Look, so I'm the CEO and founder of Stack. Stack's a wholesale data center provider. We're in 10 of the leading North American markets and recently announced that we're expanding into Asia. I'll tell you why all that's relevant, because this is a talent crisis and we are constrained by talent. We need great people. And I love the fact that talent doesn't equal experience. Those are two different things in my mind. And I look forward to talking to everyone about that today. But man, when I came in and just heard everyone speaking, the energy on this event is phenomenal. So I look forward to trying to contribute.
Brian, you totally just like nailed something in your introduction. Talent does not always necessarily mean experience. I love it. Put an earmark on that. We're going to touch on that. All right, next, Beth. Where's Beth? She's here somewhere.
Right here. Hi.
There you are. All right, let's get an intro from you.
All right. So my name is Beth Saccone. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, great. So I am a critical facilities technician for Iron Mountain Data Centers. I am new to the industry, so I am somebody who is a career switcher and who just entered the industry just this year. So I'm excited to bring maybe a little different perspective, being somebody who is new to the industry and career switched after being in public education for 13 years.
Well, first of all, welcome to the industry. It's really nice. It's a lot of fun. It never stops. It's only been accelerating. So, and you got a lot of cool people here that you can network here as well. So that's awesome. Welcome. It's really great to have you, Beth. All right. Who's next? Hazim. Let's get an intro from you.
Awesome. Can you hear me well?
Yes, you sound great.
Awesome. Wow, I can sing. So
if you want to sing, you can sing.
Amazing energy. I love the energy. This is really making my morning. My name is Hazim Maki. I'm the VP of Engineering for CoinMe. I come from a downstream industry. So CoinMe is a fintech startup that operates in the crypto space, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stuff. We have a mission to make crypto accessible, which is something I'm really excited about. Again, happy to be part of the panel. Happy to bring a different perspective to illustrate that the challenges is not specific to industry, but kind of global everywhere. And there are strategies actually that can be utilized everywhere, including data centers in the cloud. So again, super excited.
Very cool. What's up, Hazim? Everybody's out here right now buying some Dogecoin. That's it. It's your fault, Hazim. Just kidding. All right, and just absolute last, but absolutely not least, my co-planner, somebody who's been helping us in the steering committee and doing a whole bunch of thinking. Lena, where are you at?
Hi, Bill. Hi, everyone. So great to be here. I'm the CEO and Chief Innovation Officer at Sandbox to Boardroom, and we help companies with innovation strategy, everything from ideation all the way through to implementation, helping them drive revenue, helping them drive their impact. And one of the core ways that we do that is by helping leveraging their female talent, putting more women in leadership, and helping them tie that to the bottom line. So really excited to share some of the things that we've implemented, we've learned, and we've learned from working with clients, especially over the last 2 to 3 years.
That's fantastic, Lena. Thank you so much, and thanks for this wonderful crew here. As your moderator, I'll remind you really quick, keep your answers to about 10 seconds. I'm kidding, not 10 seconds. This goes to me to about 2 to 3 minutes or so, because we've got a lot of really great questions. And this is before break, and I'm in Central Time, so it's almost noon, and people are hungry. I can hear virtual tummies growling. So, we're going to keep this at the very least entertaining. Have a power bar if you need it. All right, first question, Brian, I'm going to start with you. And then I got a little list here. Beth, I want to hear from you here as well. Because as someone who's new in this industry, I think you're going to have a really interesting perspective on this word crisis that we hear all the time, right? This talent crisis. It's scary. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt, works all the time for marketing. But is it really a crisis? In your own words, as leaders in this industry, Brian, I'm going to start with you. What is this crisis, and ultimately, who do you think is actually hurting or impacting?
Yeah, I like it's a crisis. I'll also tell it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and so that's a great. Let's put the glass half full on this one. Though we got two forces at play. First, the data center industry really is experiencing tremendous growth for many reasons that Phil and Surreal talked about. It's not going to abate anytime soon. I'm going to tell you there's a decade of demand. People who know me tell me know that my crystal ball gets a little murky after 5 years, but I'm going to tell you it's 10 or 20 years of tailwinds that we have in our industry. And the primary constraint that we have in our industry, land, power, people. It's people. And so I'm going to tell you that's going to constrain our growth of the cloud. You think the cloud knows no constraints? It does. It's people. Second, the data center industry, also known at times as technical real estate, has been dominated really by Caucasian male-centric workforce since its inception. It's not lost on me that I'm a Caucasian male as I'm on this panel today, so take it for what it's worth. But I resemble the industry, fortunately or unfortunately. Beyond just me though, our workforce mix in the industry is insufficient. It's just insufficient in terms of broad labor representation, and more importantly, equity. And so to answer your question, the lack of qualified labor, who does this hurt? Will ultimately constrain the growth of the data center industry. It will constrain it by not increasing the representation of women and people of color. And we're not equitably sharing the economics and the career opportunities of this industry. So that's who gets harmed. Commercially, the industry gets harmed, but on a personal matter, we're not sharing the benefits of this industry and the upward career trajectories and the American dream, for lack of a better answer, with this. And I'll tell you, this is a conversation that's happening in every board meeting that I attend. And so it's not a conversation that's just happening today on this panel. It's a conversation, Bill, that I know is probably happening in your organization. It's happening in mine. Surreal mentioned it. It's happening across our industry, which that's great publicity. Now, what are we going to do about it?
That's deep, Brian. I like how you took that into a little bit of a different level to understand who it's impacting. I like that a lot. Beth, let me bring this to you. Someone who's fresh in this industry, and all of a sudden you're coming in. Hey, Beth, welcome to the industry. We have a serious problem. We need more people like you and diversity. And that's got to take you a little bit aback. So, Beth, let's hear your thoughts on this. What do you think about this crisis? Is it really a crisis? And ultimately, who do you think it's impacting?
Well, I kind of like what Brian said, that we can look at it as a crisis and we know what it is, right? Or we can also look at it as an opportunity. And my thought in my experience so far is that I am so grateful that I was able to leave a career that I went to school for, got a master's in education, spent 13 years developing my craft, to recognize that I needed to change and to find an industry that welcomed me, that saw my skill set. And more importantly, well, I shouldn't say more importantly, but just as important, I did not take a financial hit to that, right? So I was a seasoned veteran teacher, and to come in at more of a baseline critical facilities technician, my pay was comparable. And looking to the future and knowing that I can only grow from here. And so my perspective is more, how do we take stories like mine and other stories that I've heard people say? Someone mentioned earlier about a barista, right? How do we take these stories like us and share it out, to our communities at a smaller basis, and then obviously global, to say this is a welcoming industry already. If we put the right training in place for somebody who wants to come into the industry, who wants to work hard, who wants to learn, who's curious, and who already brings a diverse skill set, we are opening up our doors then to not just maybe a typical candidate that we might have thought of in the past. And so I always think about is, where do you start? And I like to think about starting, in the community level, and where do you pick up candidates from there? I share my story with anybody who's willing to listen. And so I've already had 2 teachers reach out to me just within the last month saying, hey, can I come toward the data center? Can I talk to you about what you do? How did you get into this industry? So I think it's really sharing it out and sharing those success stories.
It's a really great point. I think awareness is a huge part of this, right? Just helping young people or just anybody in the space of diversity saying, hey, we're not just these giant warehouses with computers in them. We're actually pretty cool. We support everything you do every day. So I think this is a really great point. And Beth, be loud, be vocal, right? I think that's like a big part of this and talking about how we are a welcoming community. Brian, I'm gonna go to the next question here. I'm gonna actually start with you. You said that you are a white dude in this industry. Me too. But there's a difference, right? There's people who are just in this industry and they just keep going down the same railroad tracks. And there's people like you and Hazim and a whole bunch of other people in this community right here who are champions, right, of diversity and equality and inclusion. And the big difference between yourself and some of the other folks is that you're aware, right? There's an awareness of we have to do something. So I'm curious to get this perspective from you. And then Hazim, don't get too comfortable. I'll bring you in here in a second. What has your company done to attract diverse candidates? Not necessarily just like young people, but specifically diverse candidates. And here's what I'm really curious about, Brian and everyone else listening. What's changed? How did you change your hiring practices? And Brian, you said something earlier that I told you to earmark, and this is where I'd love for you to expand on it. Maybe talk about some real practices and maybe some success stories, but what have you done that's different?
Yeah. Noted. Look, I'll be honest. Stack's been very both deliberate, and successful in its initial steps, and we've also got some, incompletes on things that we're working on right now. Surreal had mentioned just in the most recent panel, he mentioned, hey, look, this is a long-term issue. I actually see, look, I don't know how long I'm going to be CEO in life, but I've got a window of change to wherever I find myself that we need to take action now and for the future. So there's a short-term opportunity for all of us. What are you going to do when you have the opportunity to lead? And how are you going to make this situation better and different for future generations? So our largest success has really been actively recruiting active military as they transition out of the armed forces. At its core, this is a diverse talent pool and more female than our current employee base and also more diverse than our current employee base. So these candidates have a healthy respect for working in critical environments. They're trainable and they closely represent our values. And so that the ability to open those doors wide, they align with our values. That's talent, that's not experience, but those are very close and they allow us to get better faster. That also allows us to get people in the doors that don't necessarily look exactly like me and to create that culture of diversity, because I believe that if we seed this right, it's going to, we'll have a groundswell and it'll be a grassroots effort to make real change. Certain changes, just some tactics to our hiring practices have included, recently adding incentives for our staff to refer more diverse candidates. And we talked about overweighting in that. I think we have to be deliberate and honest to overweight. And I agree that some people will say that, are you hiring the best person for the job? I think we are, but they might require some training and some time. And so with training and time, I think we can get equal candidate pools. We're ensuring the interview process includes that candidate's peers. And so it's not just a bunch of white guys interviewing somebody who doesn't look like the candidate. Let's make sure this is inclusive and there's no biases in the interview process. And then, I think the next opportunity lies in once you recruit this candidate or onboard this candidate, you've got to make sure that you immediately make that person successful. And you've got to show that candidate a long-term upwardly mobile career trajectory. So if any of those aren't there, you've just recruited and done all this work to get people in the door, but you haven't done anything to foster them. And so those are the parts that are in process, I'll be honest, but I don't think you can do one without the other. Let's not talk about recruiting and career switching without making people long-term successful in this industry. It goes hand in hand.
Oh, Brian, that's so cool, man. I'm going to try and just put this in the back of my mind as I kind of talk to people, like talent does not equal experience, right? Yeah. Talent is like this, sometimes natural capability to do great things in this world. And as an organization that's open, you have this wonderful chance, this window of change. You're a tweet machine today, Brian. Okay. I'm just going to hashtag you all day.
My team's gonna love that you called me a tweet machine. I'm gonna take licks for that one, Bill.
Definitely, it's all you. You're my little soundbite today, Brian. And I think that's absolutely brilliant. Hazim, let me bring you in here for this question here as well, right? You are sort of like you're in this part of this industry, which is sometimes nascent, right? People don't even really know what it is. It's like, oh my God, this guy's got like a whole bunch of NVIDIA grid cards and a giant fan in a room and he's just mining Bitcoin, which is probably not entirely true. But that's what I want to ask you, right, Hazim? What have you done, right, to attract this diverse level of talent? How have you changed your practices in terms of hiring? And I'd love to hear some real world experiences. So in the world of crypto, Hazim, go.
Awesome. First of all, I cannot confirm nor deny what you said about mining crypto. Now, on a serious tone, this is an amazing question. And I want to structure my answer on two strategies or dimension. I actually have a call to action. Maybe have people pinky swear on something for each of the dimensions. The first one is, and I believe I loved some of the terms that are used around kind of the talent and the hiring crunch and crisis. And part of that, I would say, stems from what I label as the skimming of a resumes phenomena. A lot of time, it's a self-inflicted problem, specifically from hiring managers and recruiting teams. With my experience, something that I observed is you skim over your resume for 10 seconds, and then a lot of time, specific for diverse candidates, it's either a skip or reject, because we really don't look beyond the resume. We look at for specific keywords. Hey, I want somebody experienced in this and that for this role. Hey, there's a gap in employment for this candidate, and we take this as an assumption and we don't look beyond the resume. And actually, we're hiring people, not resumes, right? So again, my call to action, and I'll cover more details on that point, is look beyond the resume. Don't just look for 100% matching experience. And I love what Brian said around that for the role that you're doing, but actually take the moment, specifically when in doubt, to meet the people, talk to the person, specifically if they come from a diverse background or have a diverse portfolio, and see where's the fit. One thing we did actually, and I do that on a consistent way, is sometimes I observe that a candidate apply for a role, but they're really fit for another role. I've had a recent experience actually with a person who's on a more senior managerial level who applied for a role, but she was an amazing fit for a different role. So after we went through the process, we told her, actually applied for this, but how about this? This is a much better fit for you. And actually that landed very well with her, and now she's an amazing part of our leadership team. So again, if we had skimmed over the resume, no, that's not a fit for role, we would have like kind of missed on a great opportunity and a great set of talent. So again, all of us, raise your right hand and like, please do a pinky promise that you won't skim over your profile and just do keyword searches. So that's one. The other thing, and when I heard the opening talk about the sponsorship specifically, that was very inspirational. And this is something that we are planning to do pretty soon, is to have a strategy for our hiring strategy. And part of that strategy is to think long-term and do outreach into specifically diverse community. We are starting an internship program that will be targeted specifically in a boot camp manner at people who are from diverse backgrounds. As of everybody in any industry, there's a continuous need for hiring. So we're looking maybe 6 months, a year ahead, and we're preparing for that time from now by having a part of our intake pool and top of the funnel coming from this internship program that we have nurtured, reached out, sponsored, established a relationship with some diverse programs that are fantastic, and there are lots of these in the community and in each city and each industry, so that again we have a good source of input for diverse talent who we know will fit our needs a year and 6 months from now. So again, the call to action here is don't just think about your immediate needs, but have an outlook as well, and have part of that outlook. How can you reach out into diverse communities, into diverse boot camps that might not fit your immediate needs or the urgent hiring needs, but will be a great source for maybe in 6 months and a year. Feed them your requirements, thus you'll kind of bridge that gap. Most of the time you want to hire diverse candidates, but we say like, hey, there's not enough experience, or like Brian said, is like, hey, they're not yet ready. How can you today prepare them to be ready in a year from now is the call for action.
I love it. That's so much. And again, you guys are just, you guys, I'm not gonna use the word guys, you people, you wonderful, awesome human beings are giving me like all of this wonderful sound bites, right? So I'm raising my right hand. Azim, gotta look at here. Look at me. There you go. Don't look at Amazon. All right, look at me. I am hiring people, not resumes. I love that. And I think that's a really brilliant point. I'm going to add just one small point of conversation here to add to this. We at Switch, our logo is literally like the karma wheel, right? We believe in doing good for the world, and the world will do good for you. More than half of our executive team are women. And it's everything from supporting local universities, working with Girls Who Code or Hour of Code for Kids, for example, out in Nevada. And just flipping the hiring pyramid upside down. And Brian, this is going to resonate with you. You talked about this in the past, and this is like how my old school managers used to manage me as a millennial, right? It would be experience, then aptitude, and then attitude, right? If you got all the experience in the world, but you're kind of not a great person and you just whatever, great, we'll hire you because you know how to do the job. That's not how it works anymore, right? We're flipping that upside down with aptitude, attitude, and then experience. What is your aptitude to learn? What is your attitude towards the industry? Like you get a person like Beth here who's just excited to be a part of this. And then we'll build your experience. We'll get there. We'll get you there because, like Brian said, you got talent. You got talent, man. It doesn't mean you have all the experience anymore, but you have the capability to learn and expand. And that's the big concept that I think we need to get with people that are diverse, with Gen Zs, with millennials. I'm actually going to skip this next question. It's talking about how do we stop focusing so heavily on technical skills and experience. And the reason I'm going to skip this is because I think the answer is that we need to flip this paradigm, this hiring paradigm upside down. And it's scary. And it's sometimes kind of hard. And it does force a lot of traditional hiring practice to sort of go out the window and for us to really sort of think outside the box and even get out of our comfort zones. So that kind of brings me to the next question. And I'm going to go ahead and start with you again, Brian. Why do you feel as a leader and executive in this space? And then I think I'm also going to ask this from Beth and Lena. Why do you feel that this space, the data center and cloud, is so attractive and such a great place to work? And really, over the past 10 years, what do you think has changed?
Yeah, I'll try and be concise because I had actually written out some points on this one, and it was long, Bill. So I'm going to be a little bit concise on this. Look, this is a predictable industry. This is phenomenal. Oil and gas, air travel, I don't know, hospitality. That's all unpredictable. When you have predictability and long-term tailwinds in your industry, hiring is going to be predictable. So that's one thing that's changed in the past 10 years, the ramp of our industry. Also, nobody in this industry went to school for data centers up until about 5 years ago. So you're looking at a failed accountant. I'm self-identifying as a failed accountant, but all of us got here somehow, whether it was CS or you're an electrical engineer or something. But we all fell into this place. Don't tell us that we had this idea 20 years ago because it didn't really exist. Here's my pep talk to the industry. I know it takes courage to read a job description and realize you only have experience, with a portion of the role, and still apply for the job. I know it takes courage. It takes courage to break through, either long-term real or perceived hiring barriers for this job. It takes courage to walk through the door on your first day of work. But if you're willing to do that, I think anyone here is going to find an industry that needs you, that wants you, that will train you, that values your input, your skills, and as much as your experience on equal weighting, and will give you a career path to participate and feed your family and feed your soul. If you want to talk about this on a personal level, you can find me on LinkedIn and I'm happy to talk about it, but it takes that courage. And so that's what the near term is. It's about courage to hire and courage to walk through the door. If you're Beth or you look like Beth, you have my undying gratitude, and I envy you on the amount of courage you have, because it takes courage. And that's what it's going to take to change this. So that's what's changed in the last 10 years. Is the workforce is changing. All the easily employable people with experience and attitude and aptitude, they're all long hired, and that's fine. That's fine. But what are we going to do for this next wave? And this next wave, it's all about courage.
I love that. And again, Brian, you're just getting all these wonderful points out here. I absolutely love it. Let me bring in Lena. I'm really curious to hear, your perspective, and Beth, get some points laid out here, because I'm really curious to hear what you have to say. Like, you're basically the answer to this question. Why did you come over to our space? But Lena, what do you think makes this space so attractive? And most of all, what do you think has changed?
Yeah, so I think that what is really attractive for women right now, and there's a lot of women that are now out of the workforce. There are a lot of women that they're leaving their current jobs. They're looking for a place, a home, frankly, where they're going to feel valued. And this space is still young. It's growing, and there's space for growth. And you get an opportunity right now to be part of that and to direct the focus and the attention where it's needed the most. And I'll tell you, like, as a woman, even if you don't know this space, even if you don't have that technical background, I guarantee that with your life experience, whether you've been a mom at home or you've been in some other industry, you've got skills that are transferable. You're great problem solvers, you relationship build, you can manage budgets, you're multitasking with your families, high EQ, you can contribute to product development because, you're opening up, you can allow the company to open up to new markets. All of this is your skill set, is your competitive advantage. And you get to come into an industry that is welcoming you and wanting your perspective and your input so that you can shape the space. So I think it's super exciting. That's it. Mic drop.
No, that's absolutely great. And what I think, Lena, is really important about what you're saying. I think a lot of folks maybe don't know that it's this welcoming and that there are champions in diversity. And I think it's scary, right? You think that I just recently helped a friend of mine. She's actively leaving a teaching career to go into cybersecurity. And I'm like, Katie, you have no idea how much opportunity you're going to have. You have no idea. And she's like, I'm really scared. I'm like, just go there, get this degree, get your certifications. And I can almost practically guarantee you're going to have a gig in this industry. So I think telling people how welcoming it is so important. And to that point, Beth, hi, welcome to the data center and digital infrastructure industry. What brings you here? And here's my question. How did you view this space like 5 to 10 years ago?
Well, I've known about the space for a long time, just through people that I know that have worked in the industry for a very long time. But I never thought in a million years that I would be now working in the data center as well. I guess I thought, Lena, you spoke so well to the many skill sets that people can bring in, especially women of whatever background they are, or anyone has from a previous career or just previous life experiences. But I never thought what I had and my experiences would be valuable in the data center industry. And so what I realized very quickly is, first of all, I think Brian mentioned courage to apply. I applied to many jobs before I got hired. And so it's just really putting yourself out there. And when Iron Mountain hired me, I was super excited, super grateful, came in, and especially as someone who's a teacher, my experience is like, you got 30 minutes to use the restroom, maybe talk to somebody, maybe eat something, maybe plan a lesson, maybe talk to a student, maybe call a parent. So when I first got here, I'm like, do I need to, like, I was like on the go all the time. Like, oh, I can get up and go get a coffee. Oh, I can go use the restroom right now, like whenever I want to. Like, like I was not, programmed for that. I was programmed to, like, you're from the moment you walk in to the moment you're out the door, you are on. And so what's been great, and I will say this as some other people have mentioned, my team has been so welcoming of me. I am the only female on my particular team. It doesn't mean I'm the only female in the building, but they have just welcomed me and allowed me to also speak to them on some things that hopefully will allow us to grow and continue to be more welcoming of other diverse candidates when they walk them in the door. And so, the reason I came in was I needed a change. I was burnt out. I was looking for an industry. I didn't want to take a giant pay cut. I wanted somewhere that I could grow and show my skill set. And really, once I heard from the people in the industry, hey, Beth, you can do this. You do have the skills. Here, let's just get you in the industry. And going through Nova Community College through the data center operations program got me right through the door initially. I'm still in the program. I'm still taking classes. I'm not done yet. But their companies are looking for candidates that are willing to come in and work hard. And that's just really the main attitude we need to have.
Beth, can I ask you a follow-up question here? And then Lena, Brian, and Hazim, maybe we can jump in here. We're almost out of time here, and I do want to ask one more question after this. You're a perfect use case here, Beth. And this is literally the question. How do I get more of you from different industries? I'm serious, right? That's not a fake question. Literally, how do I get more of you? I understand the easy answer is, well, there's awareness. You have to tell them that there's a data center here. And what is it? But like, something grabbed you, like something got you hooked. And maybe you've heard this from other people that you've talked to who came in from teaching, nursing, physical therapy. I mean, it's crazy where our people come from. And on that note, right, many of us in the data center space were adopted here. We were natural, right? Thanks, Brian, for being a failed accountant. Now you're my colleague. That's awesome. I like working with you. So I'm curious, Beth, and then Lena, again, I'm going to bring you in, and Hazim and Brian a little bit too. How do we do it? What's maybe like a secret sauce, or maybe some tips you can recommend that we can get people from other industries here?
You know, that's a great question, and it's a loaded question. And I kind of really think of data centers as kind of like just this melting pot, right? Everybody else that has spoken to it is like, oh, I started here and I ended up in data centers. It's not my first path, and so what resonated most with me was hearing other stories of people that didn't start in data centers and didn't have the background and was still able to come in and be successful. That's number one, is hearing a story that resonates with you, right? So if it's me telling even vendors that I work with, and they're saying, you know what, my wife is kind of interested in this. How did you get into it, right? Speaking those stories, sharing them out. As someone mentioned about the barista, just expressing everybody in your organization, no matter if they're a technician, if they're a manager, if they're a CEO, you didn't start here, but you can come in and you can achieve what you want to, as long as you're willing to be adaptable, to learn, to grow, to be curious, work hard. So I think that, and also really pointing out the fact that you're looking for a particular skill set and a certain talent, like Brian had mentioned, that it's not about do you have experience in this, right? That is the number one thing I think that held me back for a long time, was saying, I've never worked doing electrical work. I've never done HVAC. I've never done these things, right? That was my mantra, right? I've never done these things. Well, you know what? I'm learning. They're teaching me. And guess what? I'm picking it up and I'm doing great. And so it's going out to these other industries and saying, you know what? You're tired of doing what you're doing. You're looking for a change. You want somebody who's going to welcome you in and train you and pay you well, right? And then also, I think really diving into school systems and our local community colleges and local universities, finding students there that might not have considered data centers as a viable career path for them, because maybe they didn't know what it was either. So I think those are two different, places that you can find really good candidates.
I love that. Lena, let me bring you in here for a second, but just Beth, I love the concept of experience doesn't have to be the gate, right? I think, and Brian talked about that, and I think that's actually is kind of scary, right? And somebody coming in from teaching, going into data centers, it's like, where do I start? And there's people that can help you there. I think that's awesome. Lena, what are your thoughts here, right? You have a very diverse background here too.
Yeah.
How do we get people in from other industries?
So it's one of the things I've noticed, and I've been in, immersing myself in this cloud and data space, over the last two and a half years. And before that, I was really new to this space, and I would notice, and I started by I was being invited to speak keynote at conferences and so on and so forth, and noticed that I was pretty much the only female, or maybe one other female, probably the only non-white person there. So I noticed that I stood out, and from there I got invited to maybe come in and come and work with a team within an organization, or come in and give a talk to an ERG or something and share my experience and share my story. And what I found is that really helped the few people that resonated with my story or my experience, or maybe the fact they came from another country, they're not they're not from the US, or maybe like somebody earlier mentioned, you've got some other kind of experience or background that makes you feel like you don't fit in for some other reason. People resonated with it. I think people want to see people that are not like them, because it helps them to feel like, well, if she can do it, she's got that journey, I can relate to her, then I'm more likely to go and apply, to put myself forward. So I think seeing that, from an Indian woman who's perhaps got that sort of, some level of visibility, let's say, amongst C-level executives in this space and in other verticals. I wasn't handed it. I worked towards it. But I see very much that the more I talk to women, the more I talk to underrepresented groups, it's inspirational. I don't see myself as an inspirational figure, but from the other, I see a light in them that gets lit because they feel like, wow, this is possible for me. And I think that's incredibly important.
Alina, that's brilliant. And I'm getting the virtual hook. You can't see it because there's a cool background behind me, and Fiona's going to kick me out here in a minute. Which is actually kind of funny, because this is the same question I'd love to ask Fiona, because she's from the aerospace industry, and she's like, oh my God, all of you people from data center cloud are crazy. You all are crazy. So I'll be sure to maybe hear her thoughts. Hazim and then Brian, give me some of your final thoughts here on this, getting more people in this industry, maybe some final thoughts from the top of your head. Hazim, let me go with you, and then Brian will wrap it up with you.
Awesome. In your 10 seconds, I think there is a huge opportunity for collaboration. This is an opportunity where really 1 + 1 will equal 3. Like for the companies to join conferences and alliance like this, like leading allies of data centers in the cloud. Like I hope to see leading allies of teachers, where Beth will use her network to evangelize and share her story about teachers who want to do a career change. Now Beth knows, I'm sure she knows at least 2 people from her prior network, and now she knows Bill is hiring. So I'm sure there can be some connections that are happening. So networking, collaboration, I think, is one of the key ingredients for success and advancement in attracting kind of diverse candidates from different backgrounds into this sector and other sectors as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Hazim. Brian, final thoughts?
I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to say, look, we have a finite opportunity for our professional lives to drive change. That's now. So it's a seize the opportunity for all of us. You can try and pass the buck to the next leader who will be in one of our roles, or you can decide to take action now. I'm going to choose to take action now.
I love it. We all got homework. We all got things to do and taking action, right? We do not want to make this paperware. We want to make all of this change a reality. We've got some wonderful people here. I hope everybody's LinkedIn box and Twitter feeds are blowing up with new connections and new friends that we've made today. But I'm just going to sign off. I'm Bill Clayman. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us. Fiona, let me pass it back to you.
Thanks, Bill. I think I need to lie down with all that energy. Woo! That was just fantastic. And yeah, as Bill's mentioned, I've been working with you guys, and I'm like, wow, what a breath of fresh air. I'm actually from a very traditional aerospace background, and I have to say I have been super inspired, and just by the genuineness and the passion and the real drive behind it. And I'm almost scared to go out there and share just all the amazing work that you're doing, because then like all the women in aerospace are going to leave and come and join your industry. Anyway, I just got to say hats off to you, and let's spread the word about the great work you're up to, because it sounds like a great place for women and diverse talent to end up. And I would love to see lots of the people that I know thriving in your community. All right, so before we take a really quick bio break, just want a few short seconds to make some announcements. First of all, just want to once again thank the sponsors, and we are going to tell you more about how you can join our sponsors in supporting Girls Who Code later today. Go find out about the sponsors. They're doing impressive work, and I will have them posted in the LinkedIn group so you can learn more about them. Now, speaking of the LinkedIn group, after the break, there will be a chance to win some prizes, but you only get to win a prize if you post in the LinkedIn group. Because we want to hear from you. We want to meet you. We want to know what jobs you're advertising, who's looking for a job, who's got a resource to share. So get in the LinkedIn group during the break and make some posts, because I don't want to give away all the prizes to the steering committee members or the speakers. We would love to give some away to our guests. Okay. So you now have about 5 minutes for a break. We will see you shortly. And remember, if you want to win a prize, you've got to be present to win. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everyone, let's get back to our seats. And by the way, you're all killing me. I'm looking in the LinkedIn group and there's a post from Fiona. I can't exactly give the prizes to myself. There's a prize, there's Joanna, Matt's the steering committee. Charlene is the steering committee. Bill's the steering committee. Come on, guys. I mean, humans. I want to be able to give away some of Angel's books here. Let's have a race. Who's going to be the first non-steering committee member to post in the group? Let's get building. I'm watching. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to keep watching till the end before I start giving away some of these prizes. So let's move to our next panel. Better Together, How Allyship Drives Diversity. Now, to make significant steps in DE&I, we can't just rely on those that are actually in the minority groups to actually do all the work. You know, allies are incredibly important. We're going to get much, much further if allies actually get involved and support us too, whether it's breaking down barriers or simply providing a compassionate ear. It's important that those of us who have influence step forward to make a difference for those still breaking their way through. So our next panel today is going to be moderated by Phil Marangella. Philip has more than 20 years of strategy and business development experience, and he currently serves as the Chief Marketing Officer at EdgeConneX. Phil is a fantastic ally. Tons of people have been telling me all about him, and he is perfect for today's panel as he's a recognizable advocate for diversity and sustainability and securing the future workforce. If you've seen his work with infrastructure masons, you'll know it. And more recently, he's heavily involved with Women Connects, the EdgeConneX women's diversity group. So over to you, Phil.
Awesome. Thanks, Fiona, for that great intro. Really excited to be here today. I feel odd being a moderator. Usually I'm on the other side, so it's going to be fun asking the questions. And we got a great panel today. And the entire session has been awesome, just kind of listening in and learning. And I think that's the biggest thing for me that I'm getting from all these kind of sessions, right? Is as we're really kind of pushing this mantra and getting more diversity, right? Getting more women in the industry and learning from all that. The last sessions were great. What Angel had to say, I know the passion that Shannon has for this stuff is great. I've known her for a number of years. Bill, I mean, it goes unsaid. I work with him closely on the Capstone project and just love his passion as well. And so we're all, what's great is it's not just unique to us and our own companies. We're starting to kind of collaborate as an industry to help kind of solve some of the challenges around diversity. And so again, I'm privileged to be moderating this panel. We got a great panel. I think what I'd like to do to start is let each panelist kind of introduce themselves, give a little bit background on themselves and their company, and then we'll kind of dive into some of the questions. What I would like to do is, continuing the theme of the previous panels, and it's about, some of the learnings, giving definitions, sharing experiences, sharing best practices and KPIs and recommendations, and then kind of building upon what has been talked about before. So with that said, I'll kind of start from, at least on my screen, left to right. I'll start with you, Mira, and then kind of go along the line and kind of introductions.
Of course. Thank you, Phil. And it's great to be here today. I'm Mira Venkatesh. I work at Microsoft. I've been with the company for a little over 17 years. And currently I lead a team in global partner solutions at Microsoft that enables partner investment decisions, governance, and go-to-market strategies. You know, prior to joining here, I worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers in India, and I moved here to the US for work. And first in my family on both sides, both my mom and dad's side, I'm the first in my family to move to work to US from India. So my journey in corporate world in USA is in itself is an inspiration, personal learning, and the topic of D&I as well as allyship is being an ally, learning about what is it to be an ally is a great topic and inspiration for me. So glad to be here and looking forward to the session.
Great, cool. Roxy?
Hello, everyone. My name, actually, I'm gonna spell all my names out today just because of this special occasion. My name is Roxy Dong Minh Stimson. I came from Vietnam. I was born in a war zone. I barely spoke English when I came to the US. And currently I'm a VP of engineering at F5 and formerly Chief Technology Officer for IoT World Labs. And I have joined several startups, exit a few. And my first startup was when I was 19. And I has been in tech and has always loved to be in technology world in the last 25 years. So throughout my career, I love leveraging technology, lean agile, and really connecting people, machine, especially the people, to create positive impact. My mission has always been to inspire and empower people, individuals, to be better leaders and communicator. The reason why is I was an introvert converted because of my mentor, my first job. And he was one of the best allies in my career. So thank you for having me today. This is a great panel. I'm looking forward to get to know everyone. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Roxy. Nancy, how about you?
Hi, everybody. I'm Nancy Novak, and I'm Chief Innovation Officer at Compass Data Centers. And if any of you, have seen me on LinkedIn, you'll know that I'm a huge, huge, huge proponent of advancing women in business around the world, and particularly in the STEM industries, the science, technology, engineering, and math. My background is construction, so it's a little bit different than some of the other tech folks that I usually join panels on. And as you know, construction is a very, very male-dominated industry. We have less diversity in our industry than other industries like law enforcement or military or things like that. So and I've always been trying to figure out how to crack that net and figure out how to get more diversity into this fantastic industry that we need so desperately in order to solve for the things that we're trying to do with the digital infrastructure world and to close the gap for the digital divide. So 30 years in the construction industry is where I come from. And I'm super excited about this topic because this is one of the most important topics that I think gets misunderstood. And I would love to put some different lenses on some folks. So thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks, Nancy. Great to have you. Dave, we'll round it out with you from to give a little bit about your background at Science Logic.
Thanks, Philip. I'm Dave Link, the CEO and founder of Science Logic. We're an AI ops management company that provides services to data center and large infrastructure networks all over the world. And I think one of the things that I love about being on the panel today is, as we've grown the business internationally across the globe, D&I is such an important part of not just talent, but all the customers and the people that we serve within our customer groups. One of the things that we did when we started the company, I started the company actually with my wife. And my wife and I, this was 18 years ago. So we are working together every single day of the week. When you run and start a business, it is a 7-day-a-week job. And it has built the best camaraderie. We've now been married 30 years, but in the business 18 years. And that's been like a double whammy of time together. But it's really given me a very clear lens to view holistic viewpoints on how we make decisions for the business. And she is a rock. I couldn't have done what we've done in the company without her. but she's also given the company a really good lens on D&I. And as she's been thinking about how we recruit women in technology, we've done a lot of things locally in the Washington, D.C. metro area where our corporate office is to sponsor pulse meetings and empowerment meetings and internship initiatives. So she's an immense force within the business, and I'm very lucky and fortunate to have her working with me each and every day.
Cool, that's awesome, Dave. And you know, it's just a comment on that. I mean, I think what's important too is an ally at home also translates very well to being an ally at work, right? And the lessons that, you know, they certainly overlap in bringing that to bear in terms of, you know, listening and advocacy and what have you. So let me start with some of the questions, and I'll start with you, Mira, and probably Roxy. EdgeConneX is a small, we've been around a while, but we're still a small company, right? We're approaching 200 people. And, you know, when you start small, you know, we're building our diversity and inclusion program. We have started the employee resource group that Fiona talked about called Women Connects. We're involved in a capstone program and so forth. But Mira, you're at another little startup called Microsoft, and you know, looking to you with a massive organization like that in terms of, you know, best practices and so forth. Simply starting, how would you define allyship, right? How do you personally and or Microsoft define allyship, and what is the scope of that?
Yeah, you know, thank you for the question, because I know that we talk a lot about diversity and inclusion, but what it means to be an ally and what is allyship, especially what it means to be an effective allyship, is the most important conversation that we need to have, and it's already happening in many places. I would say, Phil, it starts first with aspiring to be an ally first. And again, I read a quote very recently: ally is not a title I can give myself. It's an aspiration I give myself every day. I loved that quote when I read it. And an effective ally is someone who makes a very conscious decision. It's similar to that I want to get up and do exercise today. Very conscious decision, right? So someone who makes a conscious decision to understand, to empathize, and act in support of others, especially when it's the most important moment for them. It's a lifelong commitment and practice, and it's a lifetime journey, right? So look, today, if you look at the discussion all this morning, starting with the Shannon's opening, Angel's talk on demystifying D&I, one size doesn't fit all panel, we know the importance of diversity. We know the importance of inclusion. We have work to do, especially on inclusion and allyship. And like Werner Mayer's famously quotes that don't just invite them to a party, but invite them to the dance floor for inclusion. But for allyship, though, we need to learn much, much more. We need to understand what is unconscious bias. We need to be aware of unconscious bias within us, surrounding us. What does covering mean? What is covering individuals like ourselves? What do we really truly bring the authentic to the work every day, to any situation every day? Do we allow team environment to bring authentic self? And prevalence of privilege in the society. So have to be hypersensitive to self and others' actions that might trigger the need of being an ally in a day-to-day situation. So ultimately, though, the success of allyship, an effective allyship, is taking an action. So are we breaking barriers and speaking up at the moments that really matter? When we see someone being at a disadvantageous position, are we breaking our barrier to speak up? Are we empowering ourselves and others to be an ally to somebody else at the moment of their need? And are we continuously starting the dialogue? Again, it's a lifelong commitment, and we will make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. It's a learning journey. We will make mistakes. We'll see others make mistakes. So are we learning from the mistake or being conscious of it and then try, start the journey of being an effective ally?
So actions and words are critical in the process.
Yeah.
Roxy, what's your thoughts building upon what Mira just shared with us?
I love what Mara had to say, and I'm not going to try to re-quote some of the definition for allies, but I want to add on practically the action, right? To be an ally, you can be in many ways, depending on who you are, where you are, and what your background. So to me, everyone has their own perspective and background. And from that background, you can bring to be an ally for those that not like you or you are not like them. So to me, is be a sponsor, be a champion. Or how you be a sponsor, because you have the privilege, you there at the table where the other person is not at the table, bring them to the table. We can only be allies for things that when we bring enough people there, right? We have to speak up at F5. We have program where we have a group that not representative for a case like me, like it's right now, unless you speak English as a second language. When I get excited, I love this panel. I get excited, I start speaking Vietnamese, right? So I have to do a translation. So if you are in my spot, unless you are where the person that not having the same perspective and experience as you are, you will not know what they're struggling with. So to me, diversity and inclusion mean anyone around us, if they are not you, they don't have the fluent, they can't speak up, they're introvert. It's not just women. There's so many engineers I have worked with that have no voice because they speak different language. I spoke different language. So how can we bring them to the table and give them the voice that they need so they can share their thought? I think all the company in the world can be so rich and all the customer can be so happy if you can tap into the mind of the people that can't speak up for themselves. So that to me, you want to be the amplifier, the advocate, the sponsor. There's so much you can do, but you need to know where you are and who you are and who you can bring to the table to speak for those that are not there.
Well said, Roxy, in any language. Building upon that, Nancy and Dave, you're both part of the C-suite. In terms of, not only defining allyship, but, I think what's very important is it starts at the top, right? In terms of not only defining it, but the actions and the examples that you set. What are, and in terms of that, right? What are some examples from a C-level position that can be undertaken to drive and promote allyship? I'll start with you, Nancy.
Okay, so I was on, sorry. You hear a lawnmower, it's my neighbor, so it's not me. This is such a great topic. I like to start out with like a really quick story about a CEO who took allyship and took diversity really seriously, and her name is Mary Barra. She basically took over GM. I'd met the CEO before she was CEO, and I knew she was going to be next in line. She took over GM in a little bit of a tenuous spot, and she had a lot of her workers come up to her and say, look, we really need a steering committee on diversity and inclusion. It's so critical to our business. Our customer base really needs this diverse thought for us to be successful. And I learned this when I was at an event at the White House, and a lot of her, top level people were there talking about diversity and inclusion, and women in STEM was the topic. And what I thought was fascinating is Mary said, hey, if it's really that critical to our business, if it's that critical to us staying relevant in this business, then the steering committee is the C-suite. It's the board. We don't need someone reporting to us. We are going to be those people, right? She is the first Fortune 500 CEO company to get parity on their board. So I went out and bought 2 GMs this year. I was super proud just for that very reason. So that's the story I like to tell. It comes from the top. It really does. And there's a lot of great things that you can do that are more, I would say, practical when it comes to being able to be an advocate. and be that ally. I loved what both Roxy and Mira said, because that amplification of the voice when you're in a meeting is super important. When I do talks on diversity and inclusion, I get a whole line of men that come up and say, what can I do to help? What can I do to help? And I tell them, I say, if you're in a leadership position, or you're teaching your staff how to be helpful, you do what you call priming. You prime yourself ahead of the meeting to say, I want to be an advocate and reach out to those who don't have a voice, like Roxy said, and make sure that I'm bringing them along. And before you do raises or promotions, you prime yourself and you say, have I really reached deep into the company? Have I looked at the diverse set or the marginalized people who need to be supported, where we need that diversity of thought and talent? And prime yourself ahead of time so that you're very conscious about it. That's what Mira said, you have to be very conscious about making those kinds of decisions. And I completely agree with that. And then the last thing I wanted to just say before I turn it over to Dave is, there are simple low-hanging fruit type things you can do. I had dinner with a bunch of VPs and a CEO of one of these big government firms recently. And I was asking them, and they were asking me, like, how do we get better at advancing diversity in our company? And one of the things they did that I always tell people about, because it was so simple, they said, getting to know each other is the main thing that allows human nature to advocate for others, right? Just knowing people. I mean, I do it. If I know you really well, I'm going to be a big advocate, and it's going to be easier for me to be that ally, right? So what they do is they take once a month and they do a game night halfway through the day, and they bring out board games, and they play, and it's a really big global firm, right? And they sit around these games and they play with each other so they can get to know each other on a personal level. Imagine what you can learn playing games like Battleship or Monopoly or Scrabble with your coworkers that you would never know. Organic conversation starts to happen. You learn things that they don't reveal when they're in meetings about strategy and how they think, and just all kinds of interesting things that are really important to getting to know your coworkers, but then allow you to become a better ally. So I just wanted to leave you with that thought, that it doesn't have to be the complicated, trip offsite somewhere every time you're trying to get to know each other, so that you can become better allies.
Great points.
That's great, Nancy. Dave, how about you?
Well, that's a great point, Nancy. And I would say there's something that we're missing here during this pandemic. We've been working in a 2D mode on video conferences, and you're bringing up something that's really important. We tried to do something similar in the company by building something we called pulse meetings, where we had leaders and diverse leaders across the company, across the globe, lead meetings across different department disciplines. And the meetings really weren't about work. They were really about connecting at a human level, what's going on in their lives. As we know, so many parents over the past 2 years have really struggled if they have young children who are trying to get schooled from home, and they were both working parents. So the pulse meetings really took on a whole new meaning in our company, to have a discussion offline within the work environment, collaborating. And it was so genuine, because people would say, I'm really struggling. I feel like I'm getting behind at work. I'm getting up super early because the kids are up early. I'm trying to homeschool them, but yet I'm trying to sneak in a couple hours of work to do either some coding or a project that I have as a deliverable. And somebody in that pulse meeting would raise their hand and say, I've got you, I've got your back. I know where you're at. Let me take that project. Sounds like you need a couple days to get through the situation you're going through. These pulse meetings became so vibrant across our company in a time where we really missed that extra 5 minutes at the end of an in-person meeting, where you'd learn about what was happening in their lives, and you would learn more about the human side of work rather than just the Zoom meeting side of connection. So I couldn't agree more that whether it's games, we did similar things, or we have a women in technology group, as well as a women special interest group in our company that actually presents to the entire company what they're doing in their lives and what's interesting to them. Somebody will pick a topic, and then we'll all join every month for a 1-hour meeting about that topic, led by one of the unique and inspirational women. Sometimes it's an inspirational story about their background. Sometimes it's what's happening in the home education process. Again, this past year has been really stressful for many of the working women in our business, and they've done a remarkable job. But I wanted to make sure that the company was behind them and they knew that they were supported if they need time or assistance, that the whole team would rally behind all the initiatives, because they actually make us better each and every day based on the inputs and the insights that they have that aren't obvious to the rest of us.
No, I love that, Dave. And it's just, connecting with each other and learning and it's been really hard during the pandemic. We're a rapidly growing company and you have all these new hires. How do you integrate them and make them understand the culture and be part of that rich tapestry? And so we try to interview people and learn their stories and their experiences, and it makes it authentic, right? When you're not just saying, hey, happy Veterans Day, right? And checking the box. You're personalizing it and you're making people relate to each other. And I think that's so vital. I have more questions, but it's an important point that we're talking here about examples. And I want to go back to you, Mira and Roxy, and give you a chance to kind of comment on some of these anecdotes of what you and your organizations might be doing from a kind of top-down perspective, if you want to comment.
Yeah, I think, look, Nancy and Dave covered all of the good things that a C-level position, people in C-level positions have to do. So modeling the behavior starts from the top, consistently modeling the behavior. So it's like anything similar to parenting, right? Where people watch what you do, not just what you say. So C-level folks practicing the inclusion and allyship in every situation, hiring, promos, discussion during even just general team meetings, updates, take anything, right? So all of those. So I would say modeling the behavior consistently and be vulnerable. If they made a mistake, if somebody calls them on and say they made a mistake in a particular situation, totally, because they're all humans, right? So obviously acknowledging it and then taking action, and that's all. I would say practicing awareness, modeling the behavior, and being consistent at it. That's what, and we have lots of great examples with the women in the industry and women at Microsoft at C-suite level that starting, at the risk of leaving out, I won't list the names, but it's a lot of huge sort of C-level women in my organization that model the behavior every day that they're inspiring to me as well.
Well, let me ask this, and I'll go to you first, Roxy, too, and you can address the question. But let me insert this point first. Is that this sounds great? We're all doing a lot of stuff, but the fact that matters is that I don't know. Generally, as an industry, we're not seeing a material improvement, right, in the numbers, in the women in the C-suite, and the overall diversity, right? I think. We as a company are starting to track those metrics and trying to improve. But what are, in spite of the good intentions, there has been some stagnation in terms of the metrics and the numbers, right? Is that a fair statement? Are you seeing within your own organizations are you tracking? Are there quantitative metrics to track the improvement in terms of diversity and inclusion and so forth?
It's a great question, and it's a great question just because we are in data world, right? We are, like Mira said, we need to measure what we actually said we are doing. So for example, you have developing employee, you have mentorship program. How many people really sign up for that, and how many actually volunteer to do that? So at F5, we have many programs, and you can see on the C-suite, we have 50-50 right now of the executive group at F5. And it is one of the first place in my career, 25 years, I have a CIO that is a woman of color that is my boss. And I told her, that is the anomaly. All right, I haven't had any boss as CIO before. I was always the only one in engineering leaders in a C-suite back then. So, you know, we did the calculation and we have the number at a 5, even though, so one thing we did at a 5 that I'm really proud of is going back to what Beth mentioned, we have her name BC earlier on. We have interview now without looking at candidates' resumes.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And that give us great ways to find people with the right attitude, the right mindset for the job that we're looking for, and we grow them, but not looking at the resume. It's a big thing. It start from small, but it is start from the top. So instead of 5, we do measure them, and the number I can't share it up here right now. You can look at the public company, so you can look at the number there. But practically, the obvious number that I saw that is encouraging is at the C-suite we have 50-50 at our company.
Nancy, Dave, how about you guys? Any comments on like incentivizing and tracking and measuring and progress and improvement around D&I and so forth?
Well, I'll just talk to the construction industry a little bit because that's kind of my wheelhouse. It's pretty dismal. I mean, like literally in the trades, there are only 3%, actually less than 3% female. And in the industry as a whole, about 10%. So as you can see, it's worse than most other industries. And again, there's lots of excuses around that. So that's why I keep trying to change our business. But the good news is when you are intentional, just like Mira said, when you're intentional about things happen. We have and coast to coast in our company, we have 100% female CMs because we focus on hiring female CMs. But again, I want to point to the dangers of filling the pipeline, because education has done a pretty good job of filling the pipeline in the engineering classes. There's lots of women who are taking engineering, sometimes more than 50%. I've seen and I've witnessed us fill the pipeline at entry-level positions where, like you were pointing out, Philip, where we're really struggling is the advancement and getting them past mid-management. And a lot of that effort is we're going to have to look at our business models that are set up in a way that doesn't necessarily welcome women during their, raising family stages and things like that, because of how society has kind of established, what's good, what's bad, what's right, what's wrong, what's desirable, what's not desirable. It's kind of fascinating, right? So what we want to do is we want to try to address that elephant in the room, change the industry, quit trying to change the people, so that it's welcome for all. And then you'll see that rising tide lifts all boats, and everybody will benefit from that.
Let me ask this. This is kind of an audible question, but as I'm listening to the discussion, some of the earlier comments with the other panelists is like, we're all not from quote unquote the data center business, right? Mm-hmm. How do we we start young, right? In the schools, right? And that's where a lot of the allyship starts and the education of the opportunities that this industry presents. Are there any suggestions or actually actions that you're already taking and kind of, rather than trying to change what the people that are already in it, how do we promote and educate those that are going to be the future of this industry going forward? I'll start with you, Dave, in terms of perhaps what you're doing or in Science Logic.
So we have a unique internship program, and this past year, 2/3 of our interns were women and D&I candidates. It was a great summer. Every intern has a manager and a mentor. They meet with the manager every day. They meet with the mentor once a week. And these are dedicated meetings. We have activities for the interns. It has been the biggest funnel, and they're mostly from regional universities. In the Mid-Atlantic, we had Duke and UVA, George Mason, University of Maryland, Virginia Tech, American University. So those are the universities in the Mid-Atlantic part of the United States. But the candidates were awesome. And we had so many good people that from our company that really mentored and spent time with the interns. At the end of the summer, each intern gives a presentation to the entire company on what they accomplished during their internship. It's a showcase of their accomplishments. Each one had a project. That project came to a fruition. They then showed some of the candidates that we had from Duke University were working in our data science group, writing algorithms for some very predictive analytics that we were doing against performance data that we collect. So some incredible, probably the most productive intern class we have ever had in the history of the company. I think it's only if the company gives back and spends a lot of time with them. To do this year virtually, usually we had them in the office. A year ago during the pandemic, we did not have an intern class, the first time in probably 15 years, but that has been one of the entryways where we're really trying to over-rotate and get a lot more candidates into the science logic team camaraderie so that they get to know the company and we get to know them. And that's going to be one of the main channels that we have. We have just one more point. I think what Nancy said was so important. We have had a challenge ourselves in keeping women. The women that we've had in engineering positions and in management positions, we are getting priced out of the market. Amazon has their kind of HQ2, which moved into our region and totally upset the apple cart on the price points that are being paid for certain jobs. And they are really launching, it feels like a personal attack on our company to hire all our women engineers who are outstanding with outrageous pay packages. So it has been a really difficult year. We had an amazing gain with women in D&I hires over the course of a 3-year period. But this last year, we had candidly triple the number of voluntary, where people left the company who we weren't really having on our radar screen that they were going to leave the company. So with that said, I know time's almost up, but you know, the internship program has been a major catalyst for us.
Yeah, and I'll just maybe Mira just comment real quick on this. I also saw, you know, I'm based here in Northern Virginia. You guys established a connection with the community college of Northern Virginia and trying to set up programs like that. So I don't know if you can comment on that or other programs that you're doing to attract the next generation.
Yeah, you know, like the investment in STEM education, lots of training opportunities for the next set of workforce that the company executives have, president have announced, tech training that's been offered, and targeted universities and specific community related recruitment efforts. And more importantly, as you call out, even our data center team, they have increased the number of people they hire as well as the percentages of people they hire, and specifically women, and looking for future workforce in many of those diverse communities and having specific programs around that. So it's an ongoing effort. And if you look at the recent diversity and inclusion report, which is publicly published, it also talks about how the percentage of recruitment across ethnicities, across various type of diverse population have increased, and many other initiatives are covered, including the awareness about allyship, because I was encouraged to see it was about 65% last year of even just Microsoft employees aware about allyship, but now it's increased to 95%. So it is some of those little initiatives and also some grassroots level initiatives for the team, by the team type of efforts to look for talent and diverse slate for interviews and look for talent in various places that we wouldn't have otherwise looked at, all the measures that the company is taking. Again, I'm sharing what I've seen, and some of the public materials are even available. Yeah.
Awesome, Mira. Thank you. So Fiona, I thought you were holding up a record, but I guess that's a clock. So like your favorite album or something, but it's hard to see. Look, we can carry this discussion on for hours, and I love it. And you know, we're all from different companies, and that's, I think, what's fantastic about this conversation, this this panel and, the leading allies. So I look forward to working with all of you and collaborating on these initiatives. And obviously I know Nancy very well, being directly in the data center business and involved with organizations like Infrastructure Masons and so forth. So I think, we have to work and continue to work together to kind of improve the diversity and inclusion. So I guess, Fiona, is that back to you? And you're going to either play that record or move on to the next panel.
It's not actually a record. It's my very, very fancy shoe clock.
Oh, okay.
I once had a keynote who had 8 minutes and she spoke for 16. It was not very fun trying to explain to the rest of my panelists. So I invested in the clock. But as you mentioned, Phil, I think every single one of our panels today could have been the whole 4 hours. There is just so much juice here. And I just love that we're choosing to be collaborative and share this with one another, because I just think it's so powerful. And I really, really hate to actually have to stop some of these conversations, but our next panel is all ready and raring to go. And our next panel is looking at women in the C-suite and what can we learn from them. And it's very timely because, as Nancy just mentioned, the challenge is often is not always bringing in the initial talent. It's keeping the talent, it's retaining them so they don't self-select out. And there's a lot of nuances that people don't necessarily think about. So, for example, with remote working, there was a survey done, and actually remote working for men means something different to women. So they found that actually when men say they prefer remote working, what they meant is we want to work from home. Whereas women, their preference flexible working was, with flexible working, men wanted to be able to work from home more, but with women, they wanted more flexibility on schedule. And so there's a lot of nuances that we need to pick up on and understand to make the environment more inviting. And so our next panel is going to really take a look at women in the C-suite, what it takes to get there, how we inspire more people to get there, and so that we've got more women in those positions, attracting new people in and influencing some of those policies, some of those processes, and those procedures. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves. First of all, we're going to go to Sharice Richards, CIO of Maricopa County Superior Court.
Hello, I'm Sharice Richards, and I am CIO. It's the 4th largest court system in the country. Prior to that, I was CIO of IO data centers, and previous to that, I was in hospitality for 20 years. So yeah, I'm also chair of the D&I committee and of Infrastructure Masons, and I'm on the advisory board.
Welcome, Sharice, and over to you, Heather.
Great, thanks. Delighted to be here. The CFO of Stack Infrastructure. I've been there for about 3 years, so that marks my 3-year tenure in the data center space, like many, so new to it. Previously, I held CFO roles in real estate private equity firms. And I'd also point out I'm a mother of 2 middle school age children, which I think is relevant to the conversation and important.
And Jezebel.
Hi, I am Jezebel Gilmore, and I am the Chief Commercial Officer and co-founder of Pocket Fabric. I've been with the company for 6.5 years, and I am also a mother, and as well as a previous board member to NANOG, which is a nonprofit industry organization.
And last but not least, Kate.
Hey guys, so I'm Kate Brett Goldman. I'm the CEO and the sole founder of Cybermaniacs, and we create cybersecure humans through our funny approaches and also a learning experience platform that we're building. We've been around for about 3 years, and I'm also the mom of 3 kids under 11.
Welcome, everyone, and we are so excited to hear some of your perspectives this morning. To get us started, I'd love to hear from Heather and Kate. You know, what's it really like to be at the top, and what was your journey like to get there?
Sure, I'm happy to take that one first. I'll be completely frank. It's been challenging. It hasn't been easy. I'd say there's probably 3 words that come to mind as I think about the journey. Perseverance, grit, and courage really are at the forefront as I think about what it's been like. You know, it's a male-dominated industry. I talked about in the beginning, I've been in 3 C-suite roles now in my career, all of which I've been the only woman at the top. And so while the journey to get there has been long and it's been hard, I think what's been key to my success is recognizing along the way when things weren't going my way and they weren't, the tide wasn't going to turn. And I think for me, what that meant was recognizing the hard truth that it was time to move on. And it was time to find somebody else who was going to help promote me in my career and move me on to the next level. That's where the courage comes in. Having the courage to do that and move on is really what got me to where I am today. You know, I'd say along the way, you've got to embrace failure. You're only going to get better and learn when you embrace failure. And that's hard to do, quite honestly. Nobody wants to look like a failure or make mistakes, particularly when you're trying to promote yourself in an industry that's typically been male dominated. So I think embracing that and growing from it is important, and being okay with it. You know, I think the last thing I would say, because I could talk for a long time about my journey, but the other thing I think that's been important for me is you finally make it to the top, and it's lonely. It can be lonely at the top, particularly when there's very few women. And I know we're going to spend some time, and the prior panel spent a lot of time talking about allyship and sponsorship and mentorship, and all of that is where it's the only reason that I truly believe that I was able to keep climbing the ladder is because I had that every step of the way. And I have a strong network of women today that I can turn to, and that's important. Over to you, Kate.
Thanks. So I guess, so I would say, how what's it like to be at the top? It's busy. I find it to be fun and exciting. I like new things being thrown at me all the time. I like a good challenge, but there's definitely scary days that present themselves. You know, especially in the startup world, it's sort of like, you know, running a blender while also riding a roller coaster at the same time. So it's fun. I think for me, the biggest change when you start to get to this level of the organization is learning how to grow. Right? And constantly finding ways to expand. So you're juggling, you're balancing. You have to learn how to accept this huge, huge level of responsibility. And Heather said grit and persistence and courage. And I totally agree with those qualities as well. And you know, like Eleanor Roosevelt said, you know, a woman is like a tea bag. You don't know how strong she is until you throw her into some hot water. And for me, running a startup and stepping into a founder and a CEO role is definitely about that, because there is pressure and there is accountability, and it's about your success, but it's also about the success of the whole company. So, you know, your landscape of what you actually have to manage as a person goes so wide, and then it also goes really, really deep. And I think that all of a sudden you're responsible for yourself and your career, and then others and the careers of others, and setting the culture at an organization. And certainly I stepped into that being very excited at the chance to set a company culture based on what I had seen over my 25-year career. I was like, oh, I finally get to create the thing that I really want to create. And so for me, it's exciting, but that's also a huge responsibility. It's really scary to make sure that you're making the right decisions. And how do you make better decisions, and how do you take time to be strategic? So I found it's just really hard, but really fun at the same time. I think the recommendation I would just give to people is that you have to keep building your system, because it's super important personally. If you're a mom, if you're trying to reach, the board level, if you're trying to get to the C-suite, to start building up your own personal system of managing everything, because your world is going to be complicated and it's going to be very busy. And so, how do you stay on top of everything and give everything, including yourself, the time that you really need?
So we're doing a really great job at acknowledging, when you get there, it's not all roses, and there's a lot of things that we need to look at and put in place to support women in staying there. But I'm curious, what do you think some of the things are that are holding women back from actually getting there in the first place? And that question is for Jezebel and Charisse.
All right. Since you called on me first, I will go. I think there's quite a few things holding women back. First of all, I think the fear of failure. Women feel potentially be ashamed of failing. So why should I put myself up to these positions if I'm going to fail? I may not qualify, right? And until you get here, when I first started, I thought everybody knew everything that they were doing, how they were done, and everybody must know by the time they got to that position, got to C-level. But so much of it is trying, right? Every situation is different. We have unrealistic expectations of professionalism. And I think that it's okay to be yourself and to not be perfect. And what's also holding women back, and I'll be brief, is the lack of risk taking, right? That women are prone not to take risks. As we were raised to not take as many risks. We were told, oh, don't jump, you might hurt yourself. Don't do that, you might get dirty. And it's okay to do those things, to take some of those risks. And lastly, I'm going to say that there's a lack of support system for women to come into the C-level, because there are not as many examples that we can look up to. There's just not that many women in C-level that we can follow their footsteps on how they got there and how they became successful. And that the responsibilities in our lives, as many of us are mothers, we have responsibilities to our families, and there's not enough support system for us. And I look forward to having more for all the women to come, so that they can step into the C-suite. Charisse?
So I think one of the big things can be a lack of confidence and imposter syndrome. So I've done keynotes for a lot of organizations and a lot of events, and I keep getting these questions from these very articulate, very smart, bright, accomplished young women. And I hear this recurring theme of, I don't feel like I'm good enough. And how do I know if I'm doing this right? And I have to remind them, you've accomplished so much, and you're doing so much technical work, and you're doing it voluntarily. This is your passion, that you shouldn't need to keep convincing yourself that you are as capable as you are. And that could be cultural, that could be just because that's how women are geared to think sometimes, but imposter syndrome is one of those things that keeps women from moving up, because you have to believe in your skill set and your capabilities and what you can contribute to a company in order to take that. I also think that sometimes we have this either or thinking. So I have 2 children, so it's like I have to be a great mom or a great CIO, and I don't have to, they're not mutually exclusive. And so I think sometimes when we kind of feel like we have to do one or the other thing perfectly, it can impact the scope of what we feel like we can accomplish. So I think that we need to be, I think we need to be realistic about that and give ourselves a break. And then finally, I feel like, and I think that we've heard this over and over again, women feel like they have to meet 100% of the criteria in order to apply for a job, where men typically could say, you know, I can check 6 of the 10 boxes and I can wing it and I'll learn the rest of it, you know, as I go along. And we need to get past that and have confidence in our abilities to adapt and to adjust and to absorb new experiences and new technologies, new methodologies, so we can like not be our own worst enemy when it comes to the ability to progress.
So I'm going to throw a curveball question in there, as in a question I did not prep the panelists for. And we've just talked about some of the things holding people back is, you know, around not feeling good enough, lack of risk taking, lack of confidence, imposter syndrome, unrealistic expectations. And it's clear that we, you know, as we have our own inner work to do. And again, a lot of these things, you know, we do hear from women, but they do show up for men as well. But for women that are perhaps being held back because of that, what can we do as allies to help the women that are struggling with those things to break through? And that question is for any panelist who wants to jump in and give it a go.
So I will say that I am the beneficiary of white men being my ally. And in both situations, I was approached with more senior roles, and I came to them asking, well, this is what is being asked of me, and should I do it? And the question is like, well, why wouldn't you? And sometimes that push is what we need, because it's certainly been a benefit to me.
So stepping forward and giving people a push.
Go ahead, Jezebel.
No, I was going to say I'll follow up on that. And allies comes in all forms and sizes. And what allyship had helped me truly is to understand the situation from someone else's perspective and step back and seeing the bigger picture. And allyship also helped recognize, have better self-reflection, recognize myself in the way that I'm seeing by others. Allyship pushed me to stand up for myself more, and also learn to stand up for others as an ally. I think that we all need allies in our journey, and we all need to play the role of ally in our journey as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I would just further add to that. We talked about allies, and a lot of times I think of that as surrounding myself with other women who can help promote my accomplishments and my capabilities. But just the law of numbers, if you think about how many men there are in the industry, getting to know people, and this was said on an earlier panel, but in discussion around board games, right? We actually have a board game night here at Stack, but you know, getting to know people on a personal level and taking it outside of the professional world really allows people to connect with you. And it's much less superficial if somebody's putting you forward and saying, hey, I think she's perfectly capable of doing the job and you should consider her, providing a reference, whatever it may be. So I think thinking more broadly than just, I should surround myself with good women, it's got to extend much further than that. And that comes down to developing genuine and authentic relationships, which just take time. And so I think in a world where time is a limited resource, it's hard to find the time to do that. And where do I network, and how do I get to know people, and who do I go meet for coffee or drinks or lunch? You've got to carve out that time because it's important, and you never know when you're going to need to call on that.
I love that. That's some fantastic advice there. And I really like what you said about, building the personal connection in order to be an ally. And I love the fact that people today keep talking about these game nights. The way I had to find my allies was I had to learn to golf, and I had to learn to and I got involved in like extreme exercise, like triathlons, because that's what all the executive men in my department were doing. So I really like the idea of actually creating that personal connection through other avenues. I think that's really, really valuable. When you were all introducing yourselves, everybody recognized that they're actually, mothers as well. And I think it's a really important question. So how do you think motherhood affects women in the C-suite? And is it all negative, or is there actually a positive? I'm going to ask Heather to lead with that one.
Sure, happy to. So look, I think inherently, I think as mothers, and oftentimes bearing more of the load at home in terms of responsibilities, we learn to be multitaskers. I think that is a skill set that women do exceptionally well. The ability to constantly shift and juggle priorities and multitask translates really well into the professional world. And so I think I attribute a lot of that. If I'm being frank, I also attribute a lot of my success in the ability to do what I do and travel and spend long hours at the office to having support at home. So having a spouse who equally is willing to share in the responsibilities at home, I think has also been, a key to my success. But really, I think that the reason that I've been successful, and I'd say more successful and more acknowledgement of my contributions at the C-suite has been in my most recent role. And it's because there is an acknowledgement that there needs to be flexibility, whether that's leaving to go to a volleyball game, whether that's leaving to go take a sick child to the doctor, whatever the case may be. I think that flexibility is going to continue to be relevant and incredibly important. And you talked about, flexibility, Fiona, in the beginning about it means different things for men versus women. And me personally, I'd rather not work from home and be surrounded by the kids. I'd rather be in the office, but having the flexibility to leave and go and do things. I think for me, I've been that much more successful because that flexibility has been recognized and acknowledged. And so that's allowed me to be a better leader, I think.
And Charisse, what are your thoughts?
So I can tell you the funniest thing that being a parent has, it's taught me priority and what's a big deal and what's not. So I went to grad school while I was working full time, and we were doing some groundbreaking stuff in the hospitality industry. And I had an 18-month-old daughter at the same time. And so learning how to prioritize my time, and I think what has helped me succeed is that when you deal in IT, there is failure, and that's how we move forward. But also I put failure in perspective, because sometimes it's like, okay, guys, we're not curing cancer here. And so it helps me center myself, and it helps me put my staff at ease, because I think being a parent and having to multitask and understanding like what's really important. I had a child that was special needs and has some delays. And so when you understand what a big deal is, it kind of makes things more manageable because you have a frame of reference of what's really important. I think another thing for me is I have a daughter, but I don't want her to feel like she has to emulate me and walk my path and feel like she needs to be a CIO. That's not what I want for her, but I want her to be successful. And she has seen that if you work really hard and you decide where your passion is, that you can be successful more easily with things that you're passionate about. And so work ethic, just management of time. But it can be a challenge sometimes because I feel like, can I be a great leader and a great parent? And sometimes you're not doing any of them, either one of them, the way that you want to, but you pick yourself up and you just keep going. And I think that that's one of the bigger things that being a mother has taught me. And it's taught me how to mentor others, because the way I think about how do I talk to my child and set models, it helps me with work too.
And Jezebel and Kate, I'm going to ask for your perspective too, because I think it's a really important question.
I'll go. I have to echo both what Heather and Cherise said, which is prioritization. Time management is something that parenthood taught me. Being a mother means you have to be able to prioritize ruthlessly. That also, means that meaningful impactful solutions, right? Because so much of what I previously thought, extending help and support to others doesn't actually make meaningful impact to people. And when you're working with children, that when you're have your own child, you're trying to make an impact for them at that moment, at that age, that is only really impactful in that instance. So it's interesting for me to learn what is impactful and how to target that and how to extend help, because they don't necessarily receive help the way that you're giving it, right? And lastly, to me, is really accepting responsibility and accountability as a parent, and gaining the real understanding and appreciation of parental responsibilities. Before becoming a parent, it didn't really occur to me, what that meant. So when you're when you're executive, you're managing a team, when they have parental challenges, it affects every aspect of their lives. And so, not without the true understanding, you cannot provide them with the support and the flexibility that they're looking for. And then lastly, it helped me learn to set boundaries and to push boundaries, setting my own, helping others set boundaries, and pushing the boundaries of our own that we may or may not know that we have set for ourselves.
I love that. And I loved what Cherise said too about perspective, because I think that was the biggest change for me, having kids and then going back and starting my own company, is that it reduced my fear on so many levels, having that different perspective. I'm like, am I really afraid of standing in front of you guys in a boardroom telling you to actually no, because I have dealt with irrationality on levels you cannot possibly comprehend. I have learned incredible negotiation skills, like mad negotiation skills, like all that soft skills training that they give you early in your career. It's for your kids. It's not actually for your career. It's like, well, what's your best alternate negotiated agreement? Because you're not getting cookies before dinner. It's absolute levels of emotional control. It's being calm in the face of panic. Are you bleeding? How badly are you bleeding? Being able to triage things. And so all of these skills, they transfer over. It's part of who you are as a person. I think the biggest thing I would probably say is just having kids changed my purpose in life fundamentally. And I think that has helped me in my role as a CEO and as a founder, because when you realize, when you have that higher aim, right? When you've got something really big to aim for, bigger than yourself, like what do I want for my kids, and how am I going to help them grow into amazing people, and how am I going to, do that all night while they're crying and all day when they need you the next day too. I think that helped me look at a bigger vision for my company than what I possibly would have expected before. Like, oh, what do you want out of your company? What do you want the vision of your company to do? Being able to do that as a mom when it came to the visioning statement of our company and what we wanted to do, there was like little me that said like, oh, I just want to help some more people be cybersecure. That'd be nice. And then there was the other voice that came out and goes like, no, I want millions of people to be more cybersecure. We're going to help all of them. And I think part of the, it's just about the confidence and knowing what you're capable of. And as Heather said, we're multitasking, we're doing stuff all the time. And so, being able to do that, even if it's not always as successfully as we'd want in our mind and the ideal mom we should be, it's huge. It's absolutely huge.
I love that. And I just love the fact that there's so many positives to motherhood that actually adds to the skill set when you're in the C-suite. Quite often as a society, we talk about motherhood getting in the way of people getting into the C-suite, but look at all the amazing skills and experiences that you have that are actually contributing to your success in those positions. That's fantastic. Now, as you've all been speaking, you've mentioned a few times the importance of your networks, in terms of other women and people that have helped you get to your current positions. I'm actually curious to hear specific stories of allyship that supported you in getting to those positions. I'm going to start there with Charisse.
So as I mentioned before, allyship has been such a key part of my progress. So I've always had, I've had the fortune of having men who I don't even think that they were intentional. It was, they saw my ability and they helped put me into positions or place me into positions where I was able to showcase my skills and I was able to get experience in order to move to the CIO role. Funny enough, the first time when I first became CIO, my CEO and I were as far on the spectrum on philosophy and schools of thought. And we would talk about things that as a Black woman that I would struggle with. And he would say, what? Like to him, he was like, why does that even matter? And that was like, it shouldn't matter. I've also had opportunities to be challenged in my own thinking. And I think the best part of the allies that I've had, again, is that they identified me as somebody that had the skills, and they weren't trying to make me, a Black woman hire. It was, you're the right person for this role. And I think that when the allyship is authentic and you feel that it's authentic and it's not something that is contrived or disingenuous, I think you relax and you kind of lean into the allyship, which I think that that's something that for me is a challenge, is that I want to make sure that what I'm thinking and what I'm buying into is legitimate. And I think that authenticity is such a huge part of allyship. And I know a lot of companies are pivoting towards that, but where we talk about you have to learn it, it's even more awesome when it's just ingrained in the person that you are. And you're just extending who you are to, to the business community and to your organization.
And Jezebel, I believe you have a few allyship stories to share.
Well, I definitely didn't get here on my own. I had a lot of allies, and I thank them for their allyship. And what I would say is allyship to me doesn't just mean that somebody who is supporting you to help you in a situation, but someone to help you reflect on who you are and help you celebrate the small successes so that you gain the confidence to take the next step, and having them point out the way and help you recognize the successes that you've achieved, right? I'm sure Charisse would tell you that there are times that you're just doing so many things and you don't even recognize, you don't even realize that you've done something great. And having someone being there and says, wow, look what you've done, what a great job. And so that you can take a moment to realize that, you know, all your success or any success you've achieved to help build that confidence, to take away that imposter syndrome, that you are doing the job. Not only you're doing the job, but you're doing a fantastic job at it. And also allyship to me means that we're all standing next to each other, witnessing each other's growth. So me being here is part of allyship, right? I'm ally to you. And just as that, I was invited here as an ally, and we are all providing support to each other. And that is really the only way for us to all take the journey to the top.
Thanks, Jezebel. Some really, really inspiring words there. Now, I know that, again, this is just another topic that we could talk about for the next few hours. And there's just so many different directions we could go in. And so I'm going to ask my catch-all question for our panelists before we wrap up today. So to each of you, what final words of wisdom do you have? If you could have our audience members walk away with one nugget, whether it be about getting to the top as a woman or supporting women to get to the top for our allies, what would that advice be? And we'll start with Heather first.
Sure. Look, we just spent the entire morning talking about DEI and various initiatives. So there's no time like the present. You have the attention, women and URM candidates have the attention of so many companies right now. And not saying that should give you an upper hand, but you know, there's no time like the present to put yourself forward, to have the confidence to say, hey, I only check 4 out of the 10 boxes. So what? I'm going to try for the role and I'm going to see what happens. And maybe you find a company that's willing to, you know, bring you on, mentor you, lead you, teach you, and teach you the skills that maybe you don't have in an industry that is struggling for pipeline and is struggling to bring people into the industry. So I think I've never in my career experienced a time where there's been more of a focus on it. And I felt like more important time for women to be at the top and to help bring up other women. I've got a young daughter and I sure as hell hope that 20 years from now, she's not sitting on a panel having these conversations. These are far behind us. And she's just one of equals across the board, regardless of gender, color, race, it doesn't matter. So that would be my words of wisdom.
And whoever wants to jump in next.
Oh, I love that, Heather, because I think that was really interesting, because it's funny because I was raised by my dad, who is an entrepreneur and never let me get away with anything. And I think, you know, always said, you can do it. I expect big things out of you. And I think he leveled with me about how you get that done in the 80s, like what the milieu of the business world was in the 80s. And you know, I did have to learn how to play golf, but eventually I learned how to play to my own strengths, and I can host a mean cocktail party. And so there's lots of ways to do it your way. I think the thing for me that's interesting about some of this is that, you know, I love the idea of allyship. And I think I've had tons of allies along the way, people who have shared their networks and helped out, and they have your back, and they can help you with access, and they can help you with opportunity, and they can help you learn and stretch and grow and deal with sometimes self-criticism and the fear that we all have. But the thing that I found is, at the end of the day, you still have to get it done. And you have to put in the work and get the skills and try and fail and learn to get to that next level of your career, to achieve whatever aim that you might have. And especially with networks, you get out what you put in. And so, you know, as you're thinking about your careers, and as you're thinking about how am I going to, you know, achieve the goals that I have or reach the levels I want to have, it is all about relationships, and it's about freely helping other people, you know, who might be a step or two below you or in your peer group. You'll be the leaders of the future. So I think when you think of growing your networks, cast it far and wide, give freely, and you know, build those good relationships, because it, you know, it has absolutely helped me grow this company. I've had far too many questions, millions of questions. How do I do this? What does that mean? What is EBITDA? How do I find venture capital? Where do I go? How does that work? What am I supposed to, wait a second, how is this supposed to scale? And I've leaned on my network for all of that. So build it now, because it will pay you huge dividends in the future.
So I would say that tell your narrative, right? And we all have different stories about how we got to where we are, and take risks. And I think one of the things is really important is to make those difficult topics conversational. And so when you approach a difficult conversation or a difficult situation, and you come in with the spirit of like collaboration and not being judgmental, I think that helps move some of these tough discussions along, believing that people are coming into it with the right spirit. And, you know, people need to be course corrected or brought to center sometimes, but that helps move everybody along. I would say if you have negative experiences, to take those opportunities to figure out what you've learned about yourself as part of that journey, and to say, you know, I either like what the situation made me feel like, or I didn't like it, and this is something I'm not going to do as a leader. So I think that our personal narratives, our personal experiences, and being part of the dialogue with the difficult conversations, I think that's what helps. That's what helps make a successful leader. And I'm introverted, so I have to always challenge myself to get outside of my comfort zone, because that's not naturally who I am, but I understand who I have to be successful. And so I think that those are things that we're continuing to learn as we mature as people and as leaders.
And all you ladies are such tough acts to follow. So I would say just do it, right? Don't overthink yourself into backing down from taking action, because it happens so often that you're thinking about all the possibility of something to go wrong, and you don't think about how you can make it right or what advantages you have as an individual. And so be authentic and be yourself. What you think that is the weakness, maybe something that is just needed to help you be successful and be unique in that situation. So be courageous and do it. Don't let the situation yourself be in the way of your success.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that panel was absolutely fantastic. Before we actually jump to the next part of today, we're actually going to shake things up a little bit. And we're actually going to, if you remember some of the advertising materials, we talked about the Trailblazer Awards, and today we actually want to recognize some of the trailblazers, especially around allyship and breaking through. And so I'm actually going to invite Shannon to the stage, because she wants to spend a few minutes talking about those Trailblazer Awards, as this seems like the perfect place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was frantically texting Fiona and being like, oh my gosh, this is the perfect time, because everybody's talking about you're all in the C-suite, and it's as a result of allyship and what it takes to be there, what it takes to stay there, what your hope is for the future. And for me, allyship is everything that we're doing right here. It's having the conversation. It is that courage. It's the courage that we've seen all day on the panel. Women are just 25% of the industry, and we would not be a C-suite without the allyship of men in the industry right now. And like, I am a prime example. I literally came from a place called the end of the road. And this past year, I think we were like sub 20 of fastest growing companies in Oregon. When it came to MSPs, we were number 18 in the world and number 1 in Oregon and number 2 for women and minority owned. So for me, to be able to go from where I started to where I am today, it doesn't happen without allyship. And whether that's the allyship of my team or the allyship of my partners, it happens with everything. It's like one person at a time making that conscious decision to open a door, whatever that door looks like, to make an introduction, to advocate for you, to ask for your opinion, and to be that friendly face in the room. This line of sponsors is literally filled with a bunch of people that are advocates. And when I say advocate, and like I'm thinking about the Opus team, I actually call my team the Opus fam, because kind of like the women that are on the panel, I really approach leadership as an extension of caring, right? So the same level that I care for my children, I put into caring for the business, to making sure that it's growing, to making sure that all of my family members are gaining successes along the way, and that I know what success looks like to them, and I'm doing everything I can to help them get there. And that really is because of the fact that I've had so many people along the way really open those doors and be those really great partners, and make sure that I got to be the voice of the table as well. So thank you so much for the sponsorships, and also to everybody that agreed to be on the panel, and mostly for the courage, because there are lots of people that spoke today that previously would have been like, I don't know, that's a really touchy area, and we aren't really sure what we want to say about that yet, and it's not really something that we're doing publicly as an organization. It's just something that we're focused on internally. And so many people have actually come to the table and talked about not only what worked, but what didn't work within their organizations, and that is really going to change everything. And that really makes it possible for us to, like, 5 years down the road, not be having this conversation, but really look at what's the change that we created. And so the awards was really to help us be able to have a time that we can celebrate some of the people that have really made a huge impact so far in our industry, and hope that we can share their stories a little bit, and then talk a little bit about how that is going to resonate and what that looks like for everybody else as we move forward. And for sake of time, I am going
Shannon?
Yes.
And Shannon, can I just ask, you mentioned our speakers and our sponsors. We were going to, a few of our sponsors were going to say a few words. Would you like them to say a few words before or after you do the awards?
I would like them to do it before.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to invite Vantage to say a couple of words first. Hey, Mark, are you there?
I am. Thanks, Fiona. I appreciate it. It's great to be part of the inaugural event here. My name is Mark Freeman. I head up marketing for Vantage. Just a couple of words on Vantage. We are a leading global provider of hyperscale data centers. We focus on big tech companies, cloud providers, and large enterprises. We are headquartered in Denver, Colorado, and expanding rapidly around the world. We're currently in 5 continents and 16 markets. And again, we're just proud to be a sponsor of today's event, and have enjoyed sharing our experience and best practices and lessons learned related to DE&I. So thank you again for having us.
Thanks, Mike. And we can't wait to hear from the absolute rock star, Shalini. Help me close this summit shortly. We've got some amazing things we're going to learn from her just before we leave today. And I'm going to invite Matt van der Zanden from Stack Infrastructure to speak next.
So Matt is not able to join right now, but my name is Sam Califf. I am the head of marketing at Stack. Happy to be here. And this is has a special place in my heart. I am the father of 2 minority girls. And when I hear discussions like this, it not only gives me joy, but you know, real hope in the future. And from a Stack perspective, we're proud to be part of today's virtual summit and the ongoing advancement of diversity in our industry. As we all know, progress will not be achieved overnight. However, in the coming days, weeks, months, we can take this shared knowledge that we've learned today and collectively institute new policies, procedures, and best practices to make a lasting impact, not only in our industry, but specifically in our organizations. Stack shares in this urgency to put these best practices into action as part of our One Purpose initiative, which is our take on ESG. We're going to continue our diversity and sustainability journey, and we urge and hope that each of you continue your efforts in that journey as well. Thanks to all who have participated today, and we all look forward to seeing our joint efforts come to life through actionable change.
Thank you so much, Sam. And you tricked me. You snuck in on Matt's camera there. So
I did.
You did make me giggle.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Matt's beard, actually.
I know.
No beard today. No beard today.
You were a great fill-in. And I also want to recognize Iron Mountain. It looks like our friends from Iron Mountain have had to hop off, but just want to express our gratitude to them as well. Okay, drum roll. Shannon, over to you to announce the awards.
Yay, thank you. And it really, like, one of the biggest things that I love about this is the fact that, so yesterday we had finalized the video, and that was 60 companies that had been represented. And so today that is now 73. And to just see how much passion is here, and the willingness to have the difficult conversations is really super inspiring. And the fact that it's all brands aside, and it's more about how do we make a change to the industry, our future, and our people. And that's just like super, super, super important. And I think that we've already got some people that have already been making changes. And so we really want to be able to highlight them and celebrate them. So I'm not going to go through all the nominations because sake of time. So I'm just going to read through our list of winners. So Sustainable IT went to Phil Lawson Shanks in Aligned. And then, is he here still? And then partner. So this was partner to the industry. And that went to Rich Miller. So Rich is the editor of Data Center Frontier, and he has been advocating for women in tech and sustainability and all things moving it forward for years and years. I think we're all familiar with him, and he's just done a lot for the industry. For Edge, Phil Marangella.
Yeah, got it right, Shannon.
Okay.
Few do, that's good.
And so that is advocacy and sustainability, and just like you've been in the industry and been an advocate for years and years since the very start of, you know, when things really started to kick off. And it's because of you and efforts of people like you that have and will continue to make the change in where we go as an industry. And so just thank you for all that you've done.
Awesome. Thanks, Shannon. It means a lot, really.
And then data centers, Shalini and Heather Paddock. Shalini from Vantage, and then Heather from Stack Infrastructure. So both have been really super integral in their company's efforts for DE&I, and that actually came from the top of both organizations. So just want to say congratulations to you two, and thank you so much for all that you're doing for the industry and just keeping it moving forward. So thank you.
And I think Shalini and Heather are both still here.
Yay!
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really an honor. Thanks.
Heather?
Thank you. This is absolutely an honor. Sorry, I didn't know that I was supposed to have a speech, but no, I really appreciate it. And I think if you couldn't tell from earlier, I am incredibly passionate about DEI, and I hope we collectively as a group can make a change.
Yep, I completely agree. And I don't even hope, I'm just like, how do we get there? Like, what do we have to do? What obstacle are we going to overcome? And we will get there. So, and connectivity, speaking of how we get there, that went to Jezebel and Packet Fabric. So everybody knows about the statistics of women and funding. And I want to say it's like 1% or 2% of funding actually goes to women-owned businesses. Well, Jezebel and her partner are a women-owned business, and they have secured funding not 1, but 3 times, and have done amazing things in changing just the way that we transport ones and zeros from one point to the next in automation across the board. So thank you so much, Jezebel.
Thank you. That's totally unexpected. And thank you for the recognition. And like I said earlier, I think our ability to celebrate every win helps us build the confidence to take the next step. So thank you for being an ally and helping me celebrate, helping Packet Fabric celebrate our wins. And I looking forward to be here and be the ally to everyone else in the community.
Yay. And cloud computing, it really does all come down to one person making one decision at a time. And so cloud computing actually went to Eric Hubert, who is the president at our organization. And I would not be where I am had Eric not been supportive every step of the way. So from the very, very start, when he handed over the reins of CEO, to really pushing and making sure that women in tech are included at every conversation, and just that we're continuing to move forward, not just for women, but for underrepresented communities, and all of those things. And so Eric has been really, really instrumental in helping our organization to stay a women-owned organization and be successful as we have been, but also for us to be able to have a climate positive cloud offering. So that is something that comes with years and years of building in all of those efficiencies across the board and partnerships that make those efficiencies possible. So thank you, Eric Hubert.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm very honored.
Thank you for your honor.
Oh, that makes me giggle. Just so everybody knows that there was no bias in there. The voting was done by our steering committee. So if you're wondering who that steering committee is, if you head over to our page on leadingallysof.com, you can see the steering committee who voted for those. And next year we hope to see all of your nominations, and I can't wait until our award winners actually receive the award, because Shannon's got a pretty cool award that's going to be shipped out to you all. So I can't wait to see those and see you celebrating with them on social media. So we've learned a lot today, an awful lot. But if we really, really want transformation, we've got to couple that knowledge with action. We've learned so much, and as citizens of change, it's now our responsibility to take what we've learned back into our companies and our organizations and actually be forces for change. And this takes courage, but that doesn't mean we should be afraid, because isn't leadership an act of courage? And ultimately, those who lead with change are the ones who change the world. Leaders like Shalini Sharma, the Vice President and General Counsel for Vantage Data Centers. For those of you that subscribe to Interglobix, you might have seen a fantastic article that's just been published by Shalini, where she rightly puts on loudspeaker that society has now reached an inflection point when it comes to DE&I, and this industry has a unique ability to take the lead on the discussion. But it must start at the top and be part of the cultural fabric. And we need specific and meaningful programs. And it can't be a solo mission for one company. So Charlie and I are going to have a discussion now about how we are going to put that knowledge and action to create transformation and continue this work as a group. So Shalini, in your own words, could you tell us a little about your DE&I efforts that you've seen during your time at Vantage Data Centers? You know, what are they and what kind of impact have you seen?
Sure, I would absolutely love to. Just wanted to thank you, Fiona, and the steering committee and the broader community for getting together to have these important conversations. It's really critical that we continue to do this work and have these discussions and these conversations. D&I, or what we refer to as JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusivity at Vantage, has always been very important to all of the stakeholders at Vantage. So the employees, the management team, the investors, and then even the broader ecosystem, right? The suppliers and vendors that we work with. And what we recognized last year was that there was a lot of angst around D&I work in general. A lot of this was brought on by things such as the Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter movements, a lot of very important movements that were, transcending really countries, industries, et cetera. And, it was one thing to talk about this stuff, but we wanted to get active. And so what we initially did was we created a task force to just basically frame up, what is the issue, right? What is the problem that we're trying to solve here? And that task force was focused on initially, why is there a lack of diverse talent in our industry, in the data center space? And as a result of the task force, we then started to, develop initiatives. So one, we, identified the problem. So the problem specific to our industry and Vantage in particular was, where is the talent? So we, found out, okay, this is where we think the talent is. And there's, actually a slew of talent out there that's available. You've just got to actually spend some time and focus and energy in identifying where it is. Then we had to attract the talent. And that was, a big lift. We all know that this is a really unique industry, right? I love the digital infrastructure space. This was a new industry for me. My previous experience was in the fintech space, kind of a sister and adjacent industry, but not quite the same as digital infrastructure. We are literally building the ability for people around the world to connect. And it was never so relevant as it has been during this global pandemic. It's actually created a lot of equity, I found, where, we're on talks like Zoom or Teams, and everybody gets their square and their panel and has the ability to feel included, have, a similar platform in addition to the others that are on that platform. So it's been very fascinating to watch. And so we took this task force initiative, and then we developed what we call the JEDI Council. And the council is, the council basically is actually taking all of the initiatives and putting them into actionable, items. And we have KPIs around it, and we measure it, and then we report on it. And it's not perfect, and we're not perfect, but we're embracing the messiness of this work, and it's really part of our DNA. It's part of our mission, part of our core values.
And Shalini, when I was reading about your JEDI Council, you mentioned that you're actually creating a space where employees can share their concerns, their ideas, their anxieties, their personal experiences without fear of judgment. Now, there's a lot of people out there that won't speak up about these things for fear of judgment. So how did you guys actually create the environment where people actually felt comfortable to do that? Because you're asking, a lot of vulnerability from people there. So how did you earn their trust?
Yeah, it's a great question. And honestly, Fiona, it just kind of developed organically. We had a lot of people who were invested in this work and seeing the work succeed, who were able to bring their vulnerabilities to the table. So I remember very vividly, we were having a pretty sensitive discussion about what it felt like to be a Black employee And some of the additional stresses that the fact of someone's race might bring to the job, and then exacerbated so much after the killing of George Floyd and the other many senseless atrocities that have taken place and affected people of color. And as a result of kind of creating that safe space for people to come to the office and talk about their own, personal, just personal experiences and how they present themselves and what they bring to the office, it really just opened up the floodgates for our employees to share all different kinds of perspectives. Because, what is the definition of diverse, right? We're all unique in our own ways. We all have our own stories that form and inform who we are. And so I think what was critical to us as a company was really creating that safe space where people could have the courage to be vulnerable. And then organically from that first conversation or discussion where our Black employees literally felt the love, right? I love using like the emoticons where you can like do the love and the clapping and all that. It created an environment where other employees felt safe and also felt the need, right? Because we found, particularly during these last 18, 19 months, that it's not clear when the workday starts and when your personal day starts, right? There's a lot of blurred lines. And so really important to just support the whole person, the whole employee. And we just had a lot of brave employees kind of, call in behavior, lean in, share stories about themselves. And through those stories, we found a lot of empathy, we found a lot of support for one another, and we've developed a tremendous culture here at Vantage.
Yeah, that empathy and that support to share real experiences is incredibly important. I was once in an organization and they brought somebody in to do some diversity training, and the person leading it said, what do you think of all the women that are now coming forward with the Me Too movement about things that have happened to them? And one of the people in the room actually turned around and said, I think they should get a life. And all that served to do was shut people in the room that wanted to speak, shut them down. And then what happens is people self-select out. So that opportunity for people to be real and share experiences and actually be heard is powerful. And shutting it down can lead to tremendous losses. So I think it's really, really important that our leaders are encouraging those kind of discussions.
Absolutely.
Now, what would you say to those that are at the summit where perhaps, their companies don't support, that aren't really supporting diversity, and they are the Lone Ranger in their organization trying to make this a priority? What would you say to them?
One, you're not alone. There are a lot of people out there who are doing this work, escalating the need to do this work and amplifying what we're doing. And then two, I would say, arm yourself with data. There is so much good, solid data and evidence out there that speaks to how diverse, inclusive companies and perspectives and voices at the table lead to immediate value for the company in terms of, shareholder value, attracting the best talent who happens to be diverse, increasing employee engagement and morale. And all of these things translate to a better bottom line for the company. I mean, the evidence is indisputable and the data is readily available out there. It's published and updated quite frequently. And I think the data speaks for itself. And get the audience, right? Present the data to the audience, have a plan. And lean on others in the industry or other industries. This work does not need to be done alone. This work should not be done in an echo chamber. And if everybody's swimming in the right direction, it's really a fantastic result. And again, it's something that we've seen. And we're on a journey at Vantage, but we've accomplished a lot in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there. For some people that haven't even started their journey towards diversity and inclusion yet, it's about starting small. And for some people, it can be too confrontational to speak to emotion. There's nothing wrong with emotion around this topic, and it's if people are struggling with actually grasping the emotional importance of this topic, then the data and the facts are a really good way, because you can't argue with that. So
Yep.
really fantastic point there. Now, you point out that DE&I is not a solo mission for one company. How are you partnering with other organizations with your diversity initiatives?
Yeah, another great question. So, we don't have the answers to everything. What we are is curious. And as much as we can share, we also want to learn from others. So we are very open and vocal about the fact that this is, one of the top 3 strategic plans for the company, is, really focusing on these types of initiatives. And what we've done is we've opened this up for discussion, right? Again, I can't emphasize enough how well poised this industry is to be doing this type of work. And it's so important to attracting talent to the industry. I think many of us have read the recent Uptime Institute report about there is going to be a serious dearth of talent in the data center industry. So how do you get that talent, right? You've got to talk about who you are, what you represent to anyone who will hear it. We have fantastic investors who really care about this work and push some of it down to us through ESG. So we embrace that. When we talk to our suppliers and vendors, we were really delighted to find that some of them are actually far more advanced in doing this work than we are. So again, we invited them to more conversation and shared what we've been doing and what's been successful, and also very importantly, what's not been successful. And they've done the same with us. We're now, wanting to pivot to go a little bit outside of Vantage and really understand what's going on in our local communities, because that's where we find, the talent that actually comes to the office, and also just amplify who we are as, as a company and a good corporate citizen. So lots of halo effects in connection with this work.
That's fantastic. And I love the fact that you say, you don't have all the answers, you get curious. And so I'm curious, what's one thing that you've learned today that you would like to see Vantage Data Centers implement post-summit?
Yeah, so this has been a phenomenal day. I've learned so much. I'm so impressed and really humbled by how seriously all of us are taking this work and the call to action. So I've been taking some notes. I mean, some of the things that I really loved, started early in the day with Angel, right? It takes one person to make one change, and if each of us takes that responsibility upon ourselves, it creates a true sea of change. I love the idea about, allyship is not only at the office, you can also find allies at home that will help inform, how you act as an ally. I thought that was extremely insightful. I think we all recognize the need to, look outside of the industry. I am someone who came from outside of the industry to draw, talent that's needed and different perspectives, frankly, that are needed in order to, scale as this industry continues to scale. And then on one of the more recent panels, I was really moved by, the fact that many of us are introverts. I'm a huge introvert, and really understanding who you are in order for you to be successful, not only at your job but also at doing this work is critically important in order to get the effective change that we're all looking for in connection with D&I efforts.
That's fantastic. Any last pieces of advice before we wrap up, Shalini?
Yeah, so the theme today was demystifying D&I, and I think one of the things we all have to be careful about is just fatigue, right? D&I fatigue around this topic. I think we hear about it not only in the office, but outside of the office. And I think there could be a tendency for people who are not committed to this work or familiar with this work or just have personal stories where they've been impacted by, feeling as an other, to really kind of continue this conversation, because it's really important that we do so until we don't need it any longer. I was moved when Heather said, and I agree with her because I've got a daughter myself. Like, I don't want my daughter to be having this conversation, 10 years, 15, 20 years from now, because then that would demonstrate that we failed. So it's important to get out of the ecosystem, right? Call others in. I think there's a lot of curiosity. There's also probably, frankly, fear. What does this stuff mean? It doesn't really involve me. If we're going to be successful with this work, everybody needs to be at the table. And that means the majority and the minority, however you define those terms. I think the other thing that's really important is to, when you have an opportunity and you are a leader, to normalize certain behaviors. We heard a lot of the moms talking about the challenges of juggling being in the C-suite and also being a parent. I think it's important to recognize our humanity, have grace with one another. And then finally, we all have a vulnerability. Embrace it. That's your superpower. And the more people that feel comfortable doing that, the better we are going to be, not only as employees coming to work as our authentic selves, but as human beings.
Thanks, Shalini. That's fantastic. And I'm really, really excited about what we're going to continue to build after today. So for everyone that's still here, thank you so much for staying almost to the very end, because we are excited about what's next. I think that, everybody today has been so enthusiastic and so enjoying and absorbing all the different advice that's available to them. And I think there is so much that we're going to be able to do together as a group. And I think that'll become infectious, by collaborating and growing together and showing everybody else what we can do by coming together. Other people will want to hop in and actually start getting involved in some of this stuff too. So keep an eye on your inboxes and make sure you keep going into the LinkedIn group, because once we've got clear on what's going to happen next, we are going to be sharing with you the next steps for building this community and future events. So please, please, please watch this space. And one of the things that you can immediately take advantage of is by getting on the list for our male allyship workshop. So we are actually producing the Foundations of Male Allyship, and that is in conjunction with Rear Admiral James McLeod. He's actually one of the chief of staff at the Ministry of Defence in the UK, and they had terrible gender diversity, and he's been doing some significant work in the MOD to change that, and that work's been award-winning. And so we're bringing to you a 2-hour workshop where you can learn the foundations of male allyship. So if you're a man on this call now, check the chat box. The link's going to be in there. If you're a woman on this call now, check it out too, and invite your male colleagues. In fact, if you want to come along too, we welcome everybody to the Male Allies workshop. But there's going to be so much more than this, because male allyship is one part of the equation. There's lots and lots of different parts to the equation. And so watch this space, and we can't wait to meet with you all again. Now, before we leave, I want to take one last moment to recognize our sponsors. Couldn't have done this without you. And what I love about our sponsors is they've been extremely humble. They're not doing this for the accolades. They're doing it because they are passionate about this work. And especially that a lot of the proceeds from this work are actually going to go towards Girls Who Code. Now, if you go back to the website where you registered for the event, if you enjoyed today's event, and you got value out of it, please go in and feel free to donate. And finally, before we leave today, I want to take a moment to recognize all of our fantastic speakers and our steering committee. Our steering committee is what helped make this happen. We had 9 individuals getting together, thinking about, okay, what do we want our audience to walk away with? What kind of topics would help us to achieve that? Who are some great speakers that we can ask to be here today? Who are some great sponsors we can ask? Who are the people that we can invite? There is so much that went into this event behind the scenes. And so I just want to take a moment to thank Shalini Sharma, you've just met her, Matt van der Zanden from Stack Infrastructure, Hazim Maki from CoinMe, EdgeConneX, Angela Capon from EdgeConneX. This is a test. This has been a long day. You're testing me, Shannon, with all these names. Michael McClary with Microsoft, Lena Patel, Sandbox to Boardroom, and we had Eric from Anuvu. He's not able to be with us today, and of course Bill Clayman, who you've all met. So I think I've got everybody there, Shannon, haven't I?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
I got everyone.
Yeah, the steering committee, you guys have been amazing, and just thank you so much.
And Shannon, before we say goodbye to everybody today, do you have any parting words?
No, I would just say thank you, because I really think that it's really our personal efforts, and it was just this conversation that started it all. And I think that as we're moving forward, just allyship for the win.
Allyship for the win. And we look forward to the next time when we see everybody to join forces for change. Bye, everybody.